Yeah, 1, 2. Yeah, works for me.
Testing.
Look at that.
sleep pool.
Hello, 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 everybody. Welcome, welcome. How's everybody feeling? Yes, I'll be honest, I was not expecting that kind of energy at 11 o'clock this morning, so thank you. We're here for it, and welcome. My name is Claire Mitchell. I am a BGSU senior studying broadcast journalism, and I am going to be emceeing this event today alongside Mr. Steve Iwanek here.
Yeah, my name's Steve Iwanek.
There we go.
There we go. Yeah, my name's Steve Iwanek, and I actually work for WTOL 11, the other station here in Toledo, but Claire's still good at what she does. So, but we're excited. We're co-emceeing today's events, and we're really excited to showcase today's exciting series of speakers for all of you.
Absolutely. So the theme of this year's event is for the public good. Now, for those of you who are part of the BGSU community here, you know that that's the university's motto, a public university for the public good. This mission is illustrated everywhere you look. It's all around campus, right? Whether it's on the flags that stand on each corner around campus, maybe it's written on the walls where you sit and learn, events like this, TEDxBGSU, but it's especially seen in its community, its students, and its staff. Today, 20 brave individuals are sharing their stories, introducing new ideas, and driving the mission that this university is after, being one for the public good.
That's right, and the list of speakers today are going to include students, faculty, staff, and even community members from Bowling Green, and also from across this wonderful globe that we all share. Events like this, TEDx, they foster ideas worth sharing, and they give people a platform to inspire thought, opinion, and hopefully even some lives. Now, we do want to let you know about some of the amenities that are going to be offered throughout the course of today's series. Let's start off with this one. Downstairs, there's going to be a live artist outside Falcon Outfitters on the first floor, and they're going to be graphically recording all of these talks. On the second floor, there's going to be a community hub that is presented by Life Design. That's going to be doing some interactive art pieces and performances throughout the course of today. From 1:30 to 4:30, Lollipop Lyra will have two aerialists with red, black, and white striped costumes. And then from 1:30 to 3:30, there will literally be a stilt walker in the
And
building.
if you think we're done, we are not, people. There's also going to be a juggler. They're going to be set to perform from 1:30 to 3:30 as well. Additionally, on the second floor, there's going to be a networking lounge hosted by the Calen Hub. You can catch up with your favorite speakers after they do their session today. We do ask, or want to ask today, if you do need to leave at any point during a talk, please try and save it until they finish. If it's an absolute emergency, obviously we can't keep you in here, so do what you got to do. You can exit out that door, or you can exit out that door this way. There's going to be bathrooms to your right if you go this way, and there's going to be bathrooms straight ahead if you head out this door. All right, I am done talking now.
I'm done too.
I'm actually not done talking. That's a lie. Are we ready to get started?
Look at that. The energy.
All right, so our first category, it's called Be Curious. It asks you to be curious. Who here is or was the person in class that asked the questions? I can't really see hands. Get any hands?
Some back there.
Yes, I resonate with all of you. There's sort of this weird, odd societal pressure in many environments when it feels almost embarrassing to be the one asking the question, if you know what I mean. The problem is that when we stop asking questions, we stop growing. Those who remain fiercely curious and ask those questions, whether they know it or not, are working in favor of the public good. All right, to get things rolling here for us today, we are tapping into your maximum human potential. Please welcome Samson Akanni to the stage with his speech, Frídọ nìfáìndì, a way to heal thyself and excel in whatever you do. Give it up, please. Lots of woots and cheers.
Did you recently move to a new place for studies or work and now you are homesick? Are you feeling isolated, lonely, or depressed as a result of this homesickness? You want to go home, but you can't right now because it's far away, you don't have the financial capacity, or you are just so busy. So instead, you lay on your bed all weekend, eating and scrolling through social media, unmotivated to perform daily tasks. Now you are beginning to add a lot of weight, worrying, unable to concentrate, and even your self-esteem is affected. You feel angry because people in school or at work do not understand you, and the people at home fail to get you. Everyone says you are lucky. you are privileged. They probably say, be happy you are in school and not in prison. My name is Samson Akanni, Alani Agbe, Omo Elerigbe Agbe, Omo Ariyo Joyo, Arikutaku, Arikutatata. I was born and raised in Lagos, Nigeria. I'm a Yoruba. And my homesickness made me withdraw from the environment I found myself in. I was lonely, isolated, angry, and maybe depressed until I found Frídọ nìfáìndì. Frídọ nìfáìndì is an hour-long solo piece that I conceptualized and performed in the Wolf Center of Bowling Green State University. It is a performance that combines dance, storytelling, and image projections to engage my mental and physical state. Frídọ nìfáìndì is a Yorubalization of the oxymoron, confined freedom. I subjectively selected the circumstances that I believe led to my sick state. Then I presented it to other international students, friends, colleagues, professors, amongst other members in order to dialogue, ask questions, search for answers, and maybe reach a resolution. For example, I selected memories of when my mom, in fear of me getting abducted, would ask that I sit at home. But all I would then think of was standing, taking a step, and then another step, and then, and. And that was how I found dancing. I have been performing ever since, in carnivals, festivals, dance competitions, musicals, etc. By the time I got to my early 20s, performance had become a routine for me. The same annual shows, similar venues on the road again and again, from one city to another, all within Nigeria. Over time, I got bigger, but my country stayed the same. In retrospect, it was a wonderful thing. I knew a lot of people, had connections and money. I was happy, I was close to my family, had wonderful friends. People knew me, I meant something, and I was a part of a community. Well, I decided I wanted to go international. I told myself, the world is so big, why live my whole life in Nigeria? A few months later, I got the European Kuremundu Scholarship to study dance across 4 different universities in France, Hungary, Norway, and the United Kingdom. I was so excited. A wonderful opportunity to go international and also see another side of the world. But from the moment I landed in France, my struggles started. Seems like a small issue, but when you really think about it, it means I couldn't speak French. And that means that it is harder for me to communicate, make new friends, find my way around. Of course, I took some French classes, but it didn't help much. Besides, my priority was my master's degree, and I was struggling with that too. In Szeged, Hungary, a similar struggle, and I began to feel isolated, lonely, like a fake who didn't deserve my scholarship. I became unsociable. I was angry all the time, and I stopped dancing. So yeah, I felt like I needed a break, like going home for a holiday. So I booked my flight, and I was counting down to the end of the semester so I can go home. But then COVID-19 struck before my flight, and then it was canceled. Oh, I went underground. I became depressed. I even stopped talking to most people back home. Many people did not understand me. They were always just saying, you are lucky, you are in Europe. Why don't you, what do you want? Do you want food? It can't be that bad. We can try to send you some items if you want. And if you want to talk to your friends, just call them on the phone. Please think of the next step of your life, blah, blah, blah. COVID-19 took forever, and I got to this point where I couldn't recognize myself anymore. My accent was changing. I was eating all sorts of food that I usually wouldn't, and I didn't feel much like a Nigerian anymore. Neither was I a European. I felt like a thing that was just moving around, but belongs nowhere. Anyway, someone mentioned therapy, but a part of me didn't believe in it. And of course, I can't speak for the whole of Nigeria, but growing up, therapy wasn't a common thing. Anyway, I applied to some PhD programs. I made sure to stick to countries that mostly speak English language. And that's how I found myself in Bowling Green State University. I will say this. People here tend to work a lot, and they quickly dragged me into that culture. On my flight to the United States, I honestly considered therapy. But with classroom struggles, weekly assignments, graduate assistantship duties, and no personal car for easy mobility, trying to fit into a system that... Anyway, my point is that I kept getting worse and worse, and that got me discouraged to seek help. And my friend even mentioned that she unintentionally incurred a $10,000 debt due to a health crisis she had, and that even discouraged me more. I didn't like what I was becoming, so I decided to do something about it. I decided to stage a solo dance production called Frídọ nìfáìndì. I had to apply to a space to perform at the Wolf Center of the Arts here at Bowling Green State University with a script that captures my story and struggles, and I began rehearsal. This was the first set of things I had to do, and I categorized them under the pre-production stage. The most important thing about this stage was that it gave me a reason to research dance, a reason to improve my health, a reason to start dancing again, a reason to go to the gym and get in shape for my performance, a reason to help me design, review, and search for a crew members to stage my production, a reason to socialize, a reason to wake up every morning. During this stage, I engaged Sara Trigo's and Kimberly Rothwell's article titled Dancing with My Other Self, a self-portrait history of healing process through dance. This article guided my usage of various creative approaches to draw techniques and strengthen myself in order to heal and improve the quality of the life I was living. I used photography, video recordings, montage, voiceover, dance movements, acrobatics, etc., to put this production together. Also, Christine Cardwell, in a book titled Our Bodies Back, described 4 stages of natural healing and growth of the body, which includes awareness, owning, acknowledging your body, and what other individuals will not let myself feel. I dislike my present condition, and I was coming to my own truth, seeing everything that occurs within me as my own creation and taking responsibility for what I feel and what I do. By accepting whatever shame and wrongness comes into my body, by emerging from my body, allowing my body to completely move what it feels and practicing a non-judgmental, loving attitude towards the emerging dance, by merging everything that emerged from me, I began to make myself a producer in this world rather than a consumer, and that led to the production stage of Frídọ nìfáìndì. I call the second stage of my healing the production stage. It was during this stage that I displayed performances for an audience. I performed twice, and after each performance, the audience was allowed to ask me questions or make comments, and vice versa. Some people just checked up on me, while some appreciated the bravery and strength it took to put up my production. And others just asked about the prospect of Frídọ nìfáìndì. And all of this made me feel worthy, important, useful, like a real person. Some, mostly international students, mentioned how they were going through a similar struggle. I made new friends, gym buddies, and I also had a friend who mentioned that she has never really understood me very well, but until this particular performance, she's beginning to feel like she understands where I'm coming from. And ever since, we've become friends. This production took 3 months, and even though it has ended, I retained most of the routines. I keep my mind engaged. I dance, I work out, I eat well, and I get out of bed every morning to do something. It could be anything. It could be something as easy as cleaning. Oh yes, and I finally went back home during the winter holidays, and that helped a lot too. In conclusion, when you are going through homesickness, which if not taken care of might lead to issues like depression, Here are 4 things that I would suggest you consider to heal yourself and excel in whatever you do. Number 1, create a task that tackles your homesickness and set out to achieve this task through something you love doing. In my case, I love dancing, so I created a dance performance of how language barrier, COVID-19, etc., made me isolated and depressed. Number 2, perform this task. It might take a month, 3 months. You might need the help of friends, families, strangers, etc. Whatever the task needs, make sure you gather the tools you need to perform this task for yourself and for everyone you involve. Number 3, after your performance, let the people you involve provide comments, ask questions. You should also ask them questions, offer insight, and hopefully reach a resolution. This is no mathematics, but I do believe that this process shall help give you something to focus on, something to look up to, something to put a smile on your face, a reason to socialize, a reason to produce something and take credit for it, a reason to not just be a consumer, but a producer, and most importantly, a reason to live. Thank you.
All right, all right. Our first speaker in the books. Now, I want you to be honest with me, as honest as you want to be. You find out that you're the first speaker. Were you like, come on, gang, really? Or were you like, all right, I'm here?
I was slightly worried, I'm not gonna lie, but yeah, but it's good, it's good.
You did a great job. You heard that response from the audience. We're so happy that you started us off today. My question for you is, what role did curiosity play in your journey?
A very big one, because that's the major reason I actually left my country, Nigeria, because I was curious to see another side of the world. And I was like, yep, I'm ready. And I went to Europe, traveled across about 4 or 5 countries there. And then curiosity also is the reason I came to the United States, because I wanted to see something else. So curiosity is something that drives me around, and it has helped me move beyond my comfort zone.
Absolutely. Samson, thank you so much. Another round of applause, please, for our first speaker. Thank you, thank you.
All right, how about that? What a great way to start. We are going to now transition to almost a completely different topic, right? It's 2024, and everyday companies and individuals are harnessing the power that probably all of us use on a daily basis. It's in our phones, it's in our computers, artificial intelligence. This next speaker agrees with its power. She wants to talk about how it can help humanity in a good way, in a productive way, in a safe way, and ultimately can become a force for good. Please welcome to the stage Olga V. Mack with her talk today, Putting the Heart in AI, how a supervision framework says, I care. Please welcome Olga.
Raise your hand if you ever attempted to supervise a colleague. Was it easy? Was it fun? Or did it feel like you were trying to guide a sleepwalking cat through a laser-filled room? Supervising is a universal challenge. Directing other humans sometimes feels like a penguin teaching giraffe how to waddle. It all results in a confusion where someone is bound to trip. Now, introduce AI into this dance. It also needs to be supervised. But how? It is like asking someone who barely mastered basic math to perform calculus problems. How can we possibly direct our digital counterparts when we struggle with human-to-human supervision? AI is undeniably seductive. It promises ease, convenience, and power. You tell it what to do, and it does it. Have you played with ChatGPT? Exciting, empowering, fun, until you see errors, misinformation, and easy to spot AI-generated answers. AI can lead us down to unexpected paths, including unintended consequences. When ChatGPT first hit the scene, I was like a kid in a candy store. There, technology that actually gets me. But then it was a little too good. It's like having a friend that always agrees with you. Fun, right? I mean, not really. It's like, go ahead, use a fork with sushi. That's the traditional way. Or ketchup and spaghetti? Yeah, that's completely Italian. And yes, pineapple belongs on pizza. Okay, maybe not that one. So I recently used AI to plan my big trip to Iceland. The results? Well, let's just say I have many learnings, and I will be sharing them with you today. It started simple. I asked for a recommendation to pack. It told me to bring sandals to a snowstorm. Hilarious? Absolutely. Practical? Not so much. Here's the punchline. AI is an incredibly powerful tool, and it thrives with supervision. We must approach AI with both rigor and heart. And practically what that means is that you have to have a manual and a checklist. Let me talk about the manual that describes different stages of supervision. There are 4 of them, and they are oversight, improvement, harmonization, and empowerment. I will go through all 4 of them using my example of traveling to Iceland to illustrate each stage. So I asked AI to recommend a place to stay. It recommended an ice hotel. That sounds very adventuresome, but for the fact that I don't like being cold. If you ask my husband, he will tell you that I love subtropical climates. 72 Fahrenheit is my definition of room temperature. That is when he opens every window in my house. That is when the oversight comes in. Instead of blindly following AI, we must question its rationale. Am I looking for experience that challenges my comfort zone? Am I looking for something that is comfortable and cozy? The oversight stage of the manual is the opportunity to align us with the AI system. Next stage, improvement. AI suggested that I look for local experiences. And it recommended that I check out the Icelandic knitting circle. I have to admit, I'm not a knitter. But I did go, and surprisingly found the experience interesting and fun. AI was able to make suggestions after learning a little bit about me that completely aligned with who I am and what I value. And in that, the improvement stage shows that it's actually able to learn and adapt and grow with us. So, as we continued interacting, AI did pick up that I like it warm. Remember? I do like it warm. So it recommended the geothermal pools. And as I was soaking there in very warm, more like really, really hot water, I realized that this was a perfect harmonization illustration. AI was able to bridge the gap between the system and myself, the user. Many more conversations and interactions later, AI finally hit the mark. I shared my love for art, beauty, and colors, and it suggested that I go see the Northern Lights. That, for me, was a perfect combination of adventure and awe. I really enjoyed it. It was remarkable. But continually feeding information to AI systems with diverse data and feedback, we empower them to synthesize disparate pieces of information in order to serve us better. Following the stages in the manual results in a symbiotic relationship where both human, myself, and the system grow. And in the process, human stays in control. In sum, as we integrate AI more deeply into our lives, it reminds us that AI is a powerful tool, and its true potential is only realized when we systematically provide it with structure and feedback. Now, we just talked about the stages, but what do we actually do when we encounter the system? Let's talk about the checklist. There are 4 steps: immerse, introspect, evaluate, and execute. Again, I will talk about all 4 of them one at a time using my adventures in Iceland to illustrate. So remember how it started. I asked AI to give me recommendations to pack, to stay, and what to do. I didn't take my time to explore the system, to understand how it works. I literally dove head first. It would have helped if I actually played with it a little and understood its limitations. That is immersion. That is the first step with any system, especially AI. You need to understand how it works, what it can do for you, and what are its biases. If I had done that, I would have been able to predict the very interesting suggestions that I received. Introspect is your second step. We must allow space and time to reflect back on what happened. What was right? What was wrong? How could it be better? And as I thought about my experiences, I realized that the AI system didn't really know me. It didn't really understand me as human, and I need to train it. I need to share things about me. I need to provide some data. And I discovered that training AI system is basically kind of like training a dog. With consistent guidance, patience, it learned and aligned with my travel style and my personality. Evaluate is your step 3. In introspect, I was able to identify the lack of training. But as I thought deeper about my experiences, I realized that the system needs more than just one training. It needs to have a continuous conversation. I need to refine it. I need to set up a feedback loop. So I started praising the system for doing things well, and correcting it for doing it not so well. And in the end, I essentially retrained the system multiple times. Finally, execute. In the end, AI evolved in a trusty assistant. It made a few very good recommendations and some amazing ones. Remember the geothermal pool and the Northern Lights? Those were highlights of my trip. Execute is your final step. It is a culmination of all the steps after you've trained the system and can allow it to operate much more autonomously, yet still with supervision. In sum, we cannot let AI drive blindly. We must remain in control and intentionally drive toward good results. The checklist helps us take specific steps and make our journey exciting and transformative. AI is like that eager to please puppy. You feed it junk, it will make a mess. But you give it good stuff, and it will fetch your slippers. Think of it like planning a trip to see the Northern Lights. You wouldn't just wing it. You would bring some warm clothes, hot cocoa, and definitely a camera. But you will do more than that. You will also go to a special place away from the city and at a time of the day where you're more likely to see it. Similarly with the AI, we must be prepared, thoughtful, and intentional. Because who knows, with the right supervision, following the stages in the manual and steps in a checklist, AI may light up our lives, just like the Northern Lights. In fact, it may become a highlight of our experiences. Raise your hand if you bring a checklist to a grocery store. I do. Why? Because without it, I'll come back home with 5 bags of chips and forget the milk. If pilots and doctors who literally have our lives in their hands rely on manuals and checklists, shouldn't we when we supervise AI? After all, we're entrusted with a lot of data, decisions, and even data recommendations. Let's make sure AI doesn't go wild in a digital store. Let's make sure it doesn't fill our cards with digital junk. Use the manual and a checklist to supervise AI to do better so it can benefit us all. Remember how it all started with a recommendation to bring sandals to a snowstorm. Hilarious? Yes. Practical? Not so much. And yes, it was actually kind of frustrating. Our lives with AI will be filled with many, many sandals in a snowstorm moments. But with the manual and a checklist, we can navigate this digital landscape and put it back on track to serve us better. Remember, while AI can crunch numbers much faster than I can say Icelandic knitting circle, that one is really hard for me because English is my second language. But it still cannot appreciate the joy of a hand-knit sweater and a perfectly timed joke. As we explore AI-driven world, let's make sure we pack our hearts, the understanding of the supervision framework, and yes, bring those boots. Why? Because boots look good on everyone. And absolutely, bring your sense of humor. Cheers to putting not just chuckles, but heart into AI. Thank you so much.
All right, Olga. How do you feel?
I'm feeling great.
Yeah. How many speeches have you done, maybe in this kind of capacity in your life?
I speak quite a lot.
So I want to ask you about a question about AI. It seems like a lot of people that I interact with, or even just reading on social media and whatnot, they're a little bit concerned about the power that AI harnesses, and they're not sure what it's going to be like in 5 years, 10 years, heck, even in 1 year. What would you tell somebody who has a lot of fear about AI, about why we can still use it for good despite the unknowns and maybe we don't know about it yet?
AI is here to stay. The sooner you start learning it, the more likely you're going to be proficient and able to supervise it and actually drive it toward good results. When I interact with folks, I see a combination of a lot of excitement because folks are interested to do less and have more free time and maybe have their lives and jobs to be more meaningful. They're also nervous. I call it nervous-sided. It's a combination of excited and nervous. And the only way you can overcome is having frameworks that guide you and actually doing it and learning in the process.
Well, you did tell me you were nervous-sided backstage before you started. But I think after that, I think we all can agree you did an absolutely fantastic job. One more round of applause, please, for all that.
All right. Moving right along here. Oh, Oh, I love it. We've got an even bigger crowd. No pressure person coming up. You'll be great, I promise. Okay, moving on here. The world we live in offers a plethora of various cultures and customs that contribute to human innovation, development, and overall understanding, right? Today, we are excited to welcome Hoang, the Assistant Director of Student Leadership and Civic Engagement at the Marvin Center, with his talk entitled Cultural Curiosity? Yes, please. Round of applause, hoots and hollers. Yes.
I am disappointed. I am disappointed in the fact that as a society and as individuals, we have moved from a framework of being curious about one another to a framework of being judgmental about one another. When we judge others, it's primarily on the foundation of differences. These differences can be related to things such as race, gender, sexual orientation, class, age, but these differences can also be cultural. And that's what I would like to focus on. So to better understand and to be curious about cultural differences, I think we need to talk about two important concepts. Number one, what exactly is culture? And number two, what is the cycle of socialization? Let's start with the concept of culture. I'm an instructor of multicultural leadership, and when I ask my students, what is culture? The typical responses I get are the tangible forms of culture, which can include things like clothing, music, and food. But in reality, clothing is so much more than the tangible things we can see, hear, and feel. These aspects are just the tip of the culture iceberg. But what about everything below the water that we can't see? Edgar Schein, a world-renowned expert on organizational culture, explains that the culture of a group can be defined as the accumulated shared learning of that group as it solves its problems of external adaptation and internal integration, which has worked well enough to be considered valid. Therefore, to be taught to its new members as the correct way to perceive, think, feel, and behave in relation to those problems. In other words, culture is everywhere. Yes, it's the things at the tip of the iceberg, but it's also so much more. Culture is the entire way of life for a group. It's how a group perceives, thinks, feels, and behaves as it navigates throughout society. So where does the cycle come into play? Well, let me ask you a few questions. Have you ever asked yourself why you perceive, think, feel, and behave in a certain way? I mean, truly, how often do we take the time to self-reflect about where our thoughts and actions stem from? How and why do we navigate the problems of the world in a particular demeanor? Well, the cycle of socialization gives us a conceptual framework that helps us understand the how and the why. So in the beginning of the cycle of socialization, we are born into this world with no preconceived notions of the many differences we talked about earlier. However, as we are surrounded by the individuals we are most dependent upon and spend the most time with, we experience our first socialization. We start to adopt their feelings, their perceptions of the world, and then we see these feelings and perceptions manifesting either congruently or incongruently because of the institutional structures we are introduced to. Our school systems, places of worship, things we see and hear in the media, the legal system are all examples of the structures in society that contribute to shaping our point of view. As we begin to see the norms and notions of what society expects, we encounter a bombardment of both positive and negative enforcements that reinforces the messages we received earlier. As a result of these enforcements, we are conditioned in a manner that dictates how we should, again, perceive, think, feel, and behave as we navigate throughout society. At this point, we are a product of socialization, and we are left with really just two options. Option one is to continue the cycle that perpetuates the status quo, because at the core of it all, we are either ignorant, insecure, confused, oblivious, or fearful of what happens if we choose option 2. And option 2 is to disrupt that cycle and to take action towards change. I know that the cycle is a lot to grasp and take in, so I want to tell you a story to help explain how the cycle of socialization occurred in the life of someone with a culture and identity that fell outside of what we would consider the norm. This is the story of a good friend of mine. And for the sake of anonymity, I'll use the name John to talk about his experience. Let me begin by giving you some contextual facts about John. John is the son of immigrants who left their home to escape their war-torn country with the hopes of pursuing what we would call the American dream. John grew up in a small rural community where less than 1% of the population looked like him. John can also be considered an ESL. ESL stands for English as a Second Language. Now, what does this all look like in the cycle, right? Well, John was born into this world with no preconceived notions of the many differences we talked about earlier. And John experienced his first socialization when he was surrounded by his family members. He noticed the hard work ethic of his mother and father, the studious nature of his brothers, and the deep sense of pride in their culture as they celebrated traditions and holidays throughout the year. However, once John became old enough to enter the school system, he quickly realized that his first socialization wasn't congruent with society's expectations. He realized that he was different, and that there were differences, and that these differences would be the center of attention for all the new people introduced into his life moving forward. And based off of these differences alone, he started to get treated as an other. In the classroom, there were always chuckles and laughter as the teacher would try to pronounce his name for roll call. Because they couldn't pronounce his name, they ended up giving him a whole new name in general. Because English wasn't his primary language, his peers knew he struggled with reading and writing. So as the class would read a textbook out loud and popcorn to take turns, they would continuously call on him to read so they can laugh while he struggled. When everyone found out that his parents did hair and nails for a living, they often judged and made stereotypical jokes as if their profession and methods for providing for their family were less than. He experienced these various forms of negative enforcements every single day. The constant mental and physical harassment that he continuously suffered reinforced the notion that there was a correct way to perceive, think, feel, and behave as he navigated throughout society. As a result, he wanted nothing more than to fit in with the norm. So he abandoned everything that would distinguish him as different. He begged his parents to buy him the clothes that the popular students were wearing, or to buy the things that they all had so he could blend in as best as he could. He was quick to stop eating the food that his mother and father cooked every single night, not because he didn't like the taste, because of what it represented, a different culture. He stopped speaking his native language and eventually lost the ability and confidence to speak the language altogether. He was embarrassed of his family, and he was embarrassed of the culture of his people. He even went as far as abandoning his given name and adopting the name that the teachers gave him in the school system. Now, what those teachers and students didn't know about John is that his name held significant cultural meaning to his family. You see, when John's mom was pregnant, his grandmother was terminally ill. But John's grandmother promised his mom that she would live long enough to see the birth of her grandchild. And that's what she did. On June 26, 1994, John was born. It was actually his grandmother who named him, and moments later, she passed away that very same day. In their native language, John's name means phoenix, and mythology tells us that as a phoenix dies, it obtains new life by rising from the ashes of its predecessor. For a majority of John's life, he would continue the cyclical nature of the cycle, abandoning stories like this and everything to do with his culture out of the fear of being judged. So why does John's story matter? Well, I often think about John and his story, and I wonder, what would it look like if people were more culturally curious rather than judgmental? Maybe in the classroom, the teachers and peers took the time to ask, "Can you help me pronounce your name?" And maybe that leads to John explaining the story of his name and its connection to their culture and family history. Maybe instead of judging the fact that John's primary language wasn't English, maybe his peers celebrated his ability to speak multiple languages. Maybe that results in John being able to communicate and build meaningful relationships with his family members who don't speak English. Maybe instead of belittling the profession of his parents, John would be given the space to tell the stories of everything that they had to overcome and accomplish to provide a better life for their family. And don't these maybes sound like things worth celebrating? In order to make room to celebrate these things, we need to be curious. So what does that look like? How might one become more curious? I don't think there's one specific answer, but I think it starts with asking questions, being a little bit vulnerable, sharing your story every chance you get, and appreciating the way that others share their stories with you, and ultimately being okay with being uncomfortable. It's not always easy to be curious, but it's vital in order to create and sustain a community that acknowledges, appreciates, and celebrates differences. If you haven't guessed it yet, I am John, and that was and still is my story. I told you this story because I wanted to show you all how real and prevalent the cycle of socialization is, and how it causes us to judge others based on differences, instead of being curious about those differences. I told you this story because for my entire life, I have conformed to the cycle of socialization and accepted the status quo. But this is a step towards disrupting that cycle by sharing my story. I want to leave you all with one final sentiment. When we lose our cultural curiosity, we start accepting things as the norm, giving ourselves permission to judge everything that does not fit that criteria. So let's reframe that narrative and give ourselves permission to be curious. Thank you.
Wow. So I have to tell you, you had me tearing up a little bit. You had a couple people back there tearing up. So if you had any thought that that wasn't good, if you're hard on yourself, get rid of it, because you killed it, right? Can we get another round of applause?
Thank you.
So who do you have with you in the audience today?
I have my wife, Daylin, and a few friends and families and students that I teach.
Students, where you at? I figured. So you shared that really personal story of what it was like being in school for you. How did that sort of launch, inspire, and influence your decision to then work with students as your job?
Yeah, I think it's really interesting. So working with students was never really in my career trajectory. But as I often think about my experiences and how all the things that happened to me and how I kept them in, those things weren't beneficial to my health, to my mental state, to where I wanted to do what I wanted to do in the future. What I then realized is that students everywhere experience this, and how can I be a way to help them share their stories and be comfortable with being who they are?
Absolutely, you did such a great job. Thank you so much. Maybe a woot or two, or 3 or 4.
All right, we are now down to our last speaker of our first session of today's event. And we're going to bring this final discussion of this first session to the dinner table, right? This speaker is going to encourage you to seek what's beyond your pantry, to be curious about options, all for the sake of the planet. Because food production plays a bigger role in our environment than you might think. So please welcome with me for his talk titled, What Potlucks Teach Us About Food Sustainability. Please welcome Dr. Jonathan Kershaw.
What comes to mind when I say potluck dinner? Maybe you have fond memories of gathering with family and friends to share a favorite meal. Perhaps you like trying new foods and exploring new flavors. Or maybe you think potlucks are just an awkward assortment of dishes that don't really go together, and you thought about the time when you tried to keep your curry from touching your Jell-O salad. Or maybe you feel like potlucks just force you to choose between offending your friends or risking food poisoning. Regardless of your experiences with potlucks, their purpose remains the same. Potlucks bring people together around the common goal of sharing a meal. My purpose today is to show the importance of bringing together diverse ideas around the common goal of improving food sustainability. Can you imagine what it would do to the tone of a potluck dinner conversation if the person who brought a cherished family recipe was turned away because their dish simply didn't fit in? Not only would that person feel offended, but their diverse contribution would never be realized. Yes, the offerings at a potluck will usually fall short of a catered dinner, but that isn't the point. Potlucks are about joining together to feed a community. Like a potluck, our global food system also joins people together to feed a community. According to the United Nations, the global population is projected to grow by another 2 billion people over the next 25 years, reaching nearly 10 billion by 2050. Yet, we have finite resources to feed our growing planet. Food production has a significant impact on the planet, accounting for about a fourth of global greenhouse gas emissions, the large majority of nutrient runoff into waterways, 70% of fresh water use, and 40% of land use. Innovative solutions are urgently needed to make more food with fewer resources while producing less waste. However, innovative solutions alone will not be enough. The most sustainable technology on the planet would have little impact if it is not adopted. But change does not come easily. Our food system is a complex network of biological, social, political, and economic factors, and it touches the livelihoods of billions of people. One of the many challenges to change is the personal nature of food. Food is an important part of our cultural fabric. Food is a way that we express our identity and share experiences with others. It's no wonder people can feel attacked when a food that is meaningful to them is put on someone else's bad list. The recent rise and stagnation of plant-based meat alternatives is a prime example of how an innovative food solution can fall short if promoted too narrowly. Around 2016, a new kind of plant-based burger began hitting the market. Now, these were not your typical plant-based black bean burger focused on vegetarians. These burgers were designed to replicate the taste of beef, and they had the ambitious goal of convincing meat eaters to eat more plant-based. Initially, there was a lot of excitement and investment in this category. Many people felt that plant-based meats would reduce our intake of animal products. Fast forward to today. Sales have stagnated. Plant-based meat companies have experienced large layoffs. New products are being canceled. And the hope to decrease meat consumption seems far from being realized, as the introduction of plant-based meats, as the beef market share remains largely unimpacted by the introduction of plant-based meats. What happened? Wasn't this a product that could save the planet? While many experts will point to the failure to fully replicate the taste of meat or the higher price point, there's another underlying problem. Peter McGinnis, CEO of Impossible Foods, recently summed it up. He shared that the category initially attracted climate warriors who were passionate about changing the food system. However, it was this very passion for the environment that turned off much of America. As McGinnis put it, there was a wokeness to it. There was an academia to it. There was an elitism to it. The way to get meat eaters to actually buy your product is not to vilify them, insult them, and judge them. We need to go from insulting to inviting. insulting to inviting. So how do we do that? How do we become more inviting? Strategies to promote sustainable food choices has been a focus of my own research. I'll share two main takeaways. First, deliver on the qualities that people care about most. And second, customize your message so that it matters. First, deliver on what people care about. And what do people care about when it comes to food? Well, what did you think about the last time you decided what to eat? Were you thinking about how to make more food with fewer resources? Were you pondering on the labor practices of ingredient suppliers or how to save orangutan habitats from palm oil producers? If you're like most people, taste was probably near the top of your list. If a food doesn't taste good, then it really doesn't matter whether it was produced sustainably or not, because people won't buy it. Although the number of people who try to eat more sustainably is growing, people's primary food motivations, taste, health, cost, convenience, still must be met first. Now, my second point, messaging that matters, is related to my first, about taste. Messages cause people to associate food with a feeling or a value, which then creates an expectation about how the food will taste. For example, the ideas associated with organic agriculture will cause many people to tell you that organic vegetables taste better, even though blind taste tests fail to show a consistent difference. The same is true with wild-caught fish. Many people insist that it's better tasting. However, when the labels aren't present, there's not much of a difference. I see messaging as an exciting opportunity. Messages aligned with values can help sustainable food taste better and thus unite people around the common goal that food should taste good. I'll now share an example from my own research of how personal values can influence how food tastes. I recently wondered how an increasingly important value system, political identity, could play a role in this conversation around food sustainability. Political identity has become one of the most prominent and polarizing identities for Americans. In fact, many will place party over country. Political affiliation has been associated with the cars you drive, the shows you watch, where you shop, who you date. It may also influence food choices. Now, a recent study by Joshua Dyke showed that Democrats rated meatloaf as less appealing when they were accurately informed that it is Donald Trump's favorite food. Likewise, Republicans found chili less desirable when told that it is Barack Obama's favorite food. My colleagues and I designed an experiment to see if political identity could influence actual tastes, not just expectations. We recruited Democrats and Republicans to try a plant-based meatball and a beef meatball, and tested whether a political message could influence their experience. Now, we found that Democrats rated the plant-based meatball as tastier than Republicans did, and were more likely to buy it and eat it. Likewise, Republicans were more likely to buy and eat the beef meatball. One possible explanation is that Democrats and Republicans are often divided on environmental policies. Thus, differences in green values could have influenced how they rated the meatball. Interestingly, a recent study by Jennifer Yule found that conservatives were less likely to buy plant-based meats if they were advertised with environmental benefits. These findings have important implications for how we talk about sustainable food choices. Leading with a moralistic crusade to end climate change might only deepen tribalism and us versus them thinking. Now, yes, the carbon footprint message will resonate with those who are trying to be more green. However, people who prioritize eco-friendliness over other factors make up only a small share of consumers. I propose that we broaden the conversation, put another leaf in our metaphorical table, if you will, and invite more ways of thinking to the discussion. We need input from diverse groups of people. The responsibility to be stewards of our planet is not and cannot be owned by a single political party or ideology. We need to think more creatively, expansively, and inclusively. For example, some people may resonate with a message that connects eco-friendly foods with traditional values, such as frugality, duty, responsibility, and preserving a traditional way of life. Others may respond more positively when health benefits are emphasized. For others, it may simply be a matter of logic and inevitable practicality that we'll have to make do with what we have in a world where climate change continues to disrupt the supply chain and drive up food prices. Still more, the excitement of innovation may bring others to the table. So how do we engage in these conversations to build a more collaborative approach? I have a few invitations for where we can start. We can be curious, ask questions. As we seek first to understand, we'll build common ground. We can question our own assumptions about ideas that contradict our own opinions. We can exercise humility and recognize that everyone has a perspective we can learn from. We can meet people where they're at, not where they should be. For example, not everyone is willing to give up meat and eat plants the rest of their lives, and that's perfectly fine. There are many sustainable changes we can make to our food habits, such as reducing food waste and supporting brands or products that prioritize the environment. Several innovative food solutions are on the horizon, such as cultured meat, upcycled foods, and yes, even insect-based protein. Each of these solutions is technologically feasible and environmentally impactful, yet each faces consumer skepticism. Will we learn? As we approach new ideas with a lens of curiosity and collaboration, we can solve a global food challenge. Now, yes, just like a potluck dinner, sometimes you might get that metaphorical bag of chips that expired 9 years ago, and there's likely to be some irritation along the way as ideas that don't really mix start to touch each other. But as you question your assumptions and broaden your approach, you might try some new ideas that actually taste pretty good, despite your reservations. And who knows, you might even like it. Thank you.
You know, one of the things I love about doing TEDx is the fact that I learn something new from pretty much every speaker that comes up here. And I never really realized how much psychology plays a role in food. And you really just elaborated on that so deeply. So I want to ask you, just to kind of wrap it up nicely, what made you start off being curious about this topic, this line of research?
Yeah, so great question. So having studied food science and nutrition, my observation was that we've known the basics of how to eat healthy for quite some time, but yet there's this gap between what we know and what we do. And that really drove my curiosity of, well, how can we bridge that gap, this intention behavior gap?
All right, well, Dr. Kershaw, thank you so much for sharing your topic today. And one more round of applause, please, for Dr. Jonathan Kershaw. All right, well, that concludes the first session today. And so what we're going to ask that the audience does is that we're going to take a very short break. We're going to be back at 12:30 to begin our second session. So we are asking you to just please step outside into the hallways, maybe stretch your legs, grab a cup of coffee or something, and I guess, yeah, we'll be back.
What he said. Yeah. Thanks, guys, for coming. We'll see you at 12:30.
Just want to make sure. Test, 1, 2, 3.
There's a fire starting in my heart, reaching a fever pitch, and it's bringing me out the dark. Finally, I can see you crystal clear. Go ahead and sell me out, and I'll lay your ship bare. See, I'll leave with every piece of you. Don't underestimate the things that I will do.
All right, everybody, I'm so sorry. We have to turn off the tunes. We were all jamming. Welcome. How you feeling?
Welcome back, everybody. Welcome in. This is the second session of today's TEDx event, and hope you're all ready for another round of fantastic speakers.
We are in the collaboration section. For those of you who are joining us today, just a reminder about some amenities that we're offering today. Outside Falcon Outfitters, which is going to be on that first floor just down the stairs there. There's going to be an artist that is graphically recording these talks. Then on the second floor, we've got artists and performers from about 1:30 to 4:30 today. There's also a community hub that's presented by Life Design. There's also some networking opportunities in the lounge hosted by the Calen Hub. That's where you can actually meet with some of your favorite speakers today. Many of these speakers are family to you. You can go meet with them over there afterwards.
Yeah, we do want to remind you of just something to keep in mind. When each speaker is speaking, unless it is an absolute emergency, we do ask that you wait until after the end of each speech if you have to go use the restroom or something like that. But of course, if it's an emergency, bathrooms are outside these doors, both at the exit signs. You can just walk out in the hallways and you'll see the signs as you make your way out, okay? So let's begin with our second session of today. And the theme of this session is going to be all about collaboration, as Claire just mentioned. And, you know, the saying, two heads are always better than one, right? I'm not the smartest person in the world, so it's always better if I have a second opinion with me, Claire.
Absolutely.
I mean, that's just what life is all about. But these can be applied, that concept, into what we do every day, right? Striving for the public good, the theme of today's event. And so the next handful of speakers are going to take the idea of collaboration and they're going to pair it with real-world problems and scenarios and demonstrate how it can better equip us as individuals. And one thing's for sure, I just spoke to this individual a few minutes ago. The energy is about to be cranked up in here because this first speaker is ready for you.
Oh, yeah.
Because in a world where stress, anxiety, and mental health issues are apparent, this next speaker has an easy and possible solution for it. So please join me in welcoming Damilare Adeyeri with his talk today, How to Boost Your Mood, Energy, and Productivity.
Oh, yeah.
Raise your hand if you have at any time felt stressed, mad, sad, or uninspired. Now wave both hands if you would like to know something you could do to quickly boost your mood during those moments. Fantastic. Well, let's start by checking in on how everyone is feeling right now. On a scale of -10 to +10, with 0 being neutral, -10 as sad, and +10 as ecstatic. Pick a number to rank how you're feeling right now. Shout it out. All right, remember that number. I'll ask you again at the end of the talk. My name is Damilare Adeyeri, dance fitness instructor and peak performance coach. 12 years ago, my journey as a dance fitness instructor began, not just as a career path, but as a continuation of a lifelong journey with my heritage. Growing up in Nigeria, dance was the rhythm of life, present at every gathering and celebration. It was this innate love for dance that I carried with me here to the United States, where I embarked on a new chapter. As I progressed with teaching dance fitness classes, I discovered the profound joy and liberation it brought to my participants. It was through Kate and Cameron's story that the true impact of dance really spoke to me. Kate, amidst a battle with cancer, found solace and strength in our cardio dance classes. According to her, it was what turned the toughest of days into a beacon of life, hope, and joy. Carmen was fighting the shadows of depression, and it was the positive impact of our classes that gave her a reason to rise every day. Through dance, she rediscovered her vitality, purpose, and eventually went along to become a dance fitness instructor herself to share this transformative power that she experienced. This transformative power of dance is not just anecdotal, it is deeply rooted in science. Judith Hanna, in the Handbook of Dance and Wellness, elucidates how dance incorporates cognitive, emotional, and physical domains to combat stress. The release of neurotransmitters like serotonin and endorphins during dance not only alleviates the pain and stress, but also enhances well-being and creativity. This is further supported by studies published in the American Journal of Dance Therapy and the Arts in Psychotherapy Journal. These studies demonstrate that dance's efficacy in fostering happiness, social connection, really mitigates symptoms of depression and anxiety. the impact of dance extends beyond the individual to community, creating a ripple effect of positivity. I have had the experience and privilege to lead thousands of people in dance at personal development events, participate in partner dances like swing and salsa, and also do community and corporate team building exercises in companies and community settings. And the connection point of all these activities is the vitality and connection that dance creates. Dance fills us up with energy. It's just like the joy and the well-being. And these benefits, therefore, birthed my vision. What if dance could be our morning energizer, our afternoon pick-me-up, or our evening distressor? What if dance is not just an activity, but a daily ritual that we do? It starts with reimagining our approach to well-being and productivity by creating spaces in our daily lives for dance. Incorporating movement into our lives, be it through dance breaks at work, family dance sessions, or community events, can transform our approach to health and productivity. Dance is joyful movement and has the potential to rewire our pathways, fostering a state of living life at our very best. In an age where mental health issues are rising, where stress and anxiety have become common, where isolation and loneliness is plaguing society, dance offers a haven. It's a space where we can release our tensions and rebuild that inner strength and enhance our overall well-being. Dance is a conduit for joy. Now, I hear you because I've heard people say this before. Well, I'm not a dancer. Dancing is not for me. Or the very one I love so much. I have two left feet. I hear you. And I want you to know that this movement we're creating transcends the conventional boundaries of dance. It's not about perfect steps, rhythm, or coordination. It's about the simple joy of movement, the act of allowing music to flow through you and guide your body in whatever way feels right to you, regardless of the rhythm of dance. Dance, in essence, that we're embracing is an inclusive celebration of movement. It is about connecting with the music and allowing yourself the freedom to express, to feel, to be part of a community without judgment or expectation. And for you, it may be swaying gently. For some others, it may be tapping your feet. For me, it may be swinging my arms. Whichever way you're doing it, you are dancing. You're part of this beautiful movement that we're igniting together. This is about more than dance. It's about the activity in a joyful form. Moving to music, even not to the beat, carries the same benefits and joys mentioned earlier. The aim is not to perform, it's to feel alive and participate in a collective experience that uplifts, heals, and connects us. For those of you who feel hesitant, I'm extending a special invitation to you today, that you join us, not just on the dance floor, but in the spirit of movement. Enjoy. Let go of the notion that dance requires a certain skill level, and embrace the idea that movement in any form is a celebration of life. Together, let's move beyond the constraints of dancing and step into a world where movement to music is a universal language of joy, health, and community. I have no doubt that giving you this information in a speech is already beneficial. What would even be more helpful is that you get to experience this transformative power of dance right here, right now, firsthand. So if you're ready, can I hear your voice? Are you ready? Are you ready? Okay, so I'm going to invite us to stand up as you're able. I'm going to have the DJ play some music, and I'll lead us in some simple, joyful movements. Okay. Let me turn this off, and then here we go. So can I have the DJ play the music? So easy, step side to side. Shake it out, lose it, that's it. And then clap. Keep it moving. And the very best dance move that I know is your smile. Bring it out, let me see it. That's right. with the hands. That's it, wherever you are watching from, here. I hope you're up and moving with us. That's the only way to feel it. Now hands up. That's it. In singles, you're doing fantastic. Double arms. Type it out. All right, jump it up. Come on, how will you feel it? Let it move through your body. All right, take a deep breath in. All right, give yourself a round of applause. Great job, everyone. Now, while you remain standing, let's check in on how everyone is feeling again. On a scale of -10 to +10, 0 being neutral, -10 being sad, +10 being ecstatic. Rank how you're feeling right now. Now shout it out. Woohoo! That's what we're talking about. I bet there was an increase from when you were at the beginning of this talk and right now. You've just experienced the transformative power of dance. Go ahead and take your seats. As demonstrated, the path to a happier, healthier, and more productive world could be as simple as dancing our way through life. Therefore, I implore you to join this dance-powered movement. Let us embrace dance, not merely as a form of art or exercise, but as a transformative tool for well-being, energy, and productivity. Together, we can dance our way to a healthier, more joyful, and connected world. Raise your hand if this sounds like a movement you can subscribe to. Now wave both hands if you're committed to incorporating dance and movement into your everyday life. That's what we're talking about. Thank you, everyone.
That's the first time I've ever seen a TED Talk turn into a Zumba class. That is awesome. One more round of applause. We got to give one more. I mean, just fantastic. You know, I've only spoken with you for probably about 5 minutes, and I can already tell you are one of the most positive people that I've ever met in my life. And I'm being serious when I say that. Just, there's always a smile on his face. Where does this positive joy kind of originate with you?
It's within. So one of the things I mentioned today is moving your body allows you to activate those release of neurotransmitters like serotonin, like endorphins. And endorphin is also known as a happy hormone. So if you build a ritual of moving your body daily, you will just get in this natural dose of happiness being pumped into you, right? And so that's the base point. And when you feel good, when you have that emotional mood that is boosted, it ripples into everything else, into your work, into your relationships, into your everyday life, into your outlook of life. Because what you are vibrating, the energy that's within you, is what you're bringing to everything else you're doing. So once you feel good, you do good.
Okay, I think we all just learned a new morning routine. We're going to get up every day, and we're going to start doing this. I just got to ask you one more thing. Is there anybody here in the audience that you're with today? Friends, family, anybody?
I do.
Where are they at? So shout them out. Where's supporters? Where are they at? There they are. I think you just also earned a whole room full of joy and supporters. One more time, please, for our first speaker today, Damilare, Adeyeri.
Thank you. Thank you.
I think it says something about your physical health when you are step clapping and panting. That always feels good. All right, moving on to our next talk for the collaboration section. We're taking it back to the basics, how to listen. It's no secret that the COVID-19 pandemic turned many of us into hermit crabs, for lack of a better word. Therefore, our communication, listening skills, they weren't being utilized nearly as much as they normally would. For her talk, The Art of Generative Listening, here's Marissa Evans. Please welcome her to the stage.
All right. Hi, how is everybody tonight? All right, well, it's good to see you. You ready to talk about the art of generative listening? All right, let's do it. A show of hands, who here has tried to offer advice to someone who just didn't seem to be listening to what you were telling them to do? Right. Likewise, who here has received advice that wasn't particularly helpful? It's a good number of us. As humans, we have a desire to help other people. Even though we're well-intentioned, sometimes the way that we offer support is not always helpful. A few years ago, I found myself experiencing a professional identity crisis. I had come to the realization that the work that I was doing was not work that I was passionate about. The problem was I had no idea how to seek help to discover the work I truly wanted to do. I wrestled for years trying to figure out how I could do work that was meaningful to me. On my journey, I sought out help from people from all different walks of life. I met with people on the phone, over Zoom, in person. Even though these people were well-intentioned and I was grateful for their support, I still found myself struggling to discover my professional purpose. It was like I was creating a mosaic, and each person that I spoke to offered me a different tile of jagged glass. Alone, I was not bound to get anywhere. With the help of others, I was able to see new shades and patterns emerging, the light offering new perspective and shimmers of possibility. Each conversation brought me closer to seeing my mosaic's masterpiece. If you take nothing else from this speech, take this. People will show up for you if you have the courage to ask for their help. Today, I'm a doctoral student, a mother, a partner, and a coach. I am offering my knowledge of how to have generative conversations with the people in your life. Why do generative conversations matter? Because I believe that positive change begins with listening and helping others see what's possible. One thing that I've learned as a student of organization development is that the people you work with already have the answers within them. They just need a little help to draw it out of them. It is normal to want to offer advice and solutions to an individual when they're looking for help. But there are a few challenges with this approach. To communicate the challenges, I'm going to share a story from my personal life. For context, I'm a new mom to a 1-year-old. Back in the summer, my daughter went through a terrible sleep regression, and it was so bad that nobody in our home was sleeping. My husband and I received so much advice on what we could do to get our baby to sleep. We were told we could sleep train her, put her in a different crib, change up her nighttime routine. But these solutions did not take into account our experience or our baby's temperament. What I needed was for someone to listen to me and understand where I was coming from. I wanted them to hear me and know that I was struggling. Instead of telling someone something you think will work, a better way to help someone is to listen to them and ask questions that support them in thinking through how they might approach a challenge. The solution will be better than what you could have offered on your own because it takes into consideration the individual's experience, needs, and knowledge of their challenge, and the solution will be designed by the individual you're trying to support. Because the solution will be designed by the individual, they will be more motivated towards action. Sometimes people just want to feel heard. Having the space to share what they are experiencing is a gift and generative on its own. Trust that knowledge lives within the individual you're trying to support and listen to them. Refrain from offering advice, get curious about their experience, and ask questions instead. We communicate our understanding of the world through the language that we use. Asking an individual questions about the language that they use is an effective way in helping them understand themselves in the context of their environment. Early in my coach training, I was coaching a peer on his professional vision, which he referred to as milquetoast. I know, right? I didn't know what milquetoast was, so I asked him, "What is milquetoast?" Milquetoast, for those who do not know, is a breakfast dish of milk on toast. It's exactly what you might think it to be, warm milk poured over toast. In describing milquetoast to me, my peer realized that his vision was written to appease the expectations of others and did not reflect his future aspirations. So he decided to revise it. Asking a simple question to explore the language an individual uses can inspire new insight and action. Exploring an individual's use of language can also create an environment of safety and trust. One of the things that I like to do in my coaching work is summarize what I've heard and repeat it back to my clients. I do this to make sure that I'm taking in what I'm hearing, but I've also found that repeating back what I've heard helps my clients reflect back on what they've shared with me. I make sure to use the exact phrasing that is shared with me because it helps my clients feel safe and free of judgment. How we use language gives life to who we are. Using my client's language instead of my own frees my inquiry from my own bias, judgment, and interpretation. So when you're in conversation with another person, pay attention to the images, metaphor, and language that they use to convey information. Exploring these can often support the individual in gaining new insight. When I'm coaching someone, I've had to learn to put myself aside so that I can be present for the other individual. I've had to learn to put my own judgments and biases aside so that I can support them. My judgments, biases, and interpretation are all informed by my own worldview, and they do not serve the needs of my clients because my worldview is not theirs. If you want to learn how to show up for someone else, you have to realize that whatever they are going through is not about you. And this is really hard because you cannot fully step outside of your own bias, history, and experience. But there are things that you can do to work around this. You can work to understand yourself. There are moments when you're in conversation with another person where you hear something and you become triggered. Or maybe you get really excited by what was said and you want to interject into the conversation. One of the things you can do is pay attention and notice what is happening inside of you. For one of the things that I like to do is notice my heart rate. When my heart rate increases, that is my cue to slow my breathing. Your response to something that is said is good data for understanding yourself and what matters to you. I know it sounds counterintuitive to suggest that in order to put yourself aside, you have to pay attention to yourself. Knowing what gets a response out of you can help you improve your ability to be present with others. When I'm listening to another person, I like to remind myself of the following. It's not about you. You don't have to be committed to any outcomes. You don't have to be an expert. And you don't have to have a plan. These reminders help me to free myself from myself so that I can be present with the other person. I have found that the simplest questions are also the most powerful. Simple questions such as, what was that like? What did you experience in the moment? What inspires you? Get curious about what the other person is experiencing. Follow their train of thought and ask them questions to help them understand their experience. Your inquiry or intervention will be contingent on where the conversation goes with the individual. Are they stuck on a problem? Considering a major life change? Experiencing a loss? Mustering the courage to do something scary? People's needs are different based on who they are and what their need is in the moment. Sometimes people just need a different lens for seeing things, an interruption in their typical way of thinking. So how do you do that? I'll admit, of everything that I've shared today, this part requires the most finesse, skill. So what can you do? Be in the moment with the other person and listen to what they are sharing. See if you can get at the heart of what they need. Follow their train of thought. Listen for images, metaphor, themes, and investigate further with your questions. Trust your intuition and see where your curiosity takes you. What would you currently like to know that you do not, or what would you like to know that you currently do not? See if you can offer a reframe. For example, if someone is wrestling what they believe is an impossible problem, ask them what is possible. If someone feels burdened by heavy weight, ask them what it would be like to feel weightless. Reframing is particularly helpful for someone who might be caught in a default loop of theirs. Maybe they need a breakaway from their common way of thinking. I would not recommend reframing to someone who's experiencing grief. When people just want to feel seen and heard and need to be validated for their experience, paying attention and listening might be all that they need. So when you're trying to have a generative conversation with someone, I encourage you to practice discretion and make a decision in the moment for what might be needed. In brief, I encourage you to go out into the world and practice the art of generative listening by paying attention, exploring image and metaphor, and hanging back so that the person you are with can share a bit of their mosaic with you. Thank you. All right.
All right.
Yeah.
You did a great job.
Oh, thank you.
How do you feel?
I feel great. Yeah, that was fun.
Yeah, you did an awesome job. If there were any sort of nerves going on, we couldn't tell. Right, guys? You did a great job.
All right, yeah.
So you're in the collaboration section.
Yes.
Sort of talk to me, where does collaboration fall in the act of generative listening? It might seem like an obvious answer.
I mean, it's a big part of it, because what you want to do when you're working with somebody else or you're paying attention and listening to someone else, you're co-creating that environment together. So you each impact the other. And so there's no way that you can't not have, collaboration happen in that environment.
Absolutely. What was this experience like for you?
I mean, the initials in the background are pretty awesome.
Pretty
cool. Yeah, this is a lot of fun.
You did a great job. Round of applause, please, again.
Thank you.
Thank you, thank you.
All right, we're going to keep rolling right along here, and we're going to get to our third speaker of our second session. And this next speaker is going to be asking us to be more cognitive of barriers in everyday environments and to collaborate on creating a more accessible and potential-focused world. Please join me in welcoming Theresa Haskins to the stage with her talk today on the Neuro-Inclusion Revolution. Theresa.
Imagine a 2-year-old easily reciting the alphabet and counting to 100, but never saying hello or goodbye. Now envision a 5-year-old tackling 5th grade mathematics, completely oblivious to the feat they just accomplished. Beyond parental pride, these gifts are not celebrated because the child is constantly judged by others for not meeting societal expectations for social interaction. How can such an exceptional individual be met with such criticism and skepticism? Why would doctors and teachers only focus on a person's deficits and not acknowledge the skills they possess? Today, I will share my experience as a neurodivergent parent raising twice exceptional children in a world focused on normative ways of being. Neurodivergence is a grouping of neurological differences that include conditions such as dyslexia, autism, ADHD, and Tourette syndrome, amongst many others. My eldest, specifically, is a bright spark with a spectrum of gifts spanning autism, ADHD, and giftedness. He's the precocious individual I described at the beginning of this talk, hitting significant education milestones early. Yet it didn't seem to matter that he was reading at the age of 2 and exploring astronomy and writing at the age of 4. People didn't care that he tested into calculus at the university level at the age of 13. Disbelief and dismissiveness often marred these moments. These achievements were countered to focus on his atypical communication. They shifted our joy aside and returned our focus back to this checklist of normative developmental milestones that he wasn't meeting. And I vividly recall early conversations with doctors trying to make sense of my son's abilities and getting them to recognize his strengths. But their concerns overshadowed these conversations every time because they dismissed what didn't fit their understanding. The turning point in our story happens in 2011 when our oldest is preparing to enter kindergarten. After 4 days of intelligence testing, it is confirmed that he is beyond gifted levels, testing into middle school subjects. Yet the educational psychologist homed in on his lack of social skills because he lagged behind his same-age peers. And I remember sitting in that room with my husband, completely frustrated, and watching the faces of the kindergarten, first, second, and third grade teachers as the educational psychologist and principal still recommended that our son start in kindergarten. Never mind that he was already reading and writing and had math skills years beyond age level. We were frankly dismayed. The third grade teacher actually said, "What are we going to teach him? He's already mastered everything at these levels. I suppose he could help me teach the class?" So we spent 4 days with 5 education professionals to hear them say, "We can't help you." This remarkable moment that confirmed our child was brilliant also marked the moment when we realized that these people, and most of society, just focus on deficits. They only saw his disability. And despite an increase in autism supports at the time, they were not ready to help him. So this is when my husband and I decided to go on our own and homeschool the boys. But we didn't just develop a plan for our kids. I returned to school. I got my master's in educational psychology and a doctorate in education, so I could build robust programs not just to support my boys, but other children like them. I am a neurodiversity advocate because no family should feel the way we did at that moment, alone. It was clear that if we were going to overcome this deficit-based culture, that we would be on our own, and alone served us well for quite some time. In our home, we didn't have to deal with constant pushback and questioning, and our children thrived. We effectively removed them from a culture that would have broken their spirit and love of learning. However, this didn't reduce my awareness that there are so many other neurodivergent children who are inadequately supported and whose learning and sense of self-worth are negatively impacted every day. But let's fast forward. By the age of 13, both of my boys are ready to enter college. I was so confident that in the halls of higher education, people would finally get my kids. Yet during our first encounters with college advisors, they voiced concerns. Never mind that they tested out of English and math requirements. Administrators were not worried about scholastic aptitude, but about their task management capabilities and executive functioning skills to live independently on campus. Let me remind you that both of my boys enter the university at the age of 13. They would not be alone or living on campus. Yet these conversations continue semester after semester because well-intentioned professors and administrators have a normative view of what makes a successful college student. And these attitudes only change after direct interactions with my kids. But let's be honest. The truth is most of us get sucked into the normative expectations of executive functioning and social interactions as the prerequisite for success, not just in education, but the workplace too. And this is terribly concerning because these are often the areas that neurodivergent individuals need support. And I can tell you, it is exhausting when it feels like every conversation a neurodivergent individual has with a new teacher, a new doctor, or a new employer feels like this continuous fight to prove your value and worth, just because we don't meet the rules of your invisible checklist used to determine success. Yet nowhere on the checklist do we ever add the new skills and extraordinary abilities as future state requirements for others. In our case, they rarely acknowledge that in many areas, my sons are decades ahead of their same age peers. And this is more than just a problem in education. What happens when we do successfully educate our neurodivergent children and they're ready to enter the workforce? The statistics are sobering. There is an estimate that up to 85% of autistics are either unemployed or underemployed, meaning that they are in jobs that do not fully utilize their skills or pay their worth. Do you know what happens when decision makers use the exact same measuring stick as education professionals to determine workplace entry? Lots of talented individuals without jobs. And this story is not just my story. There are countless neurodivergent individuals and their families that have very similar experiences. It's a stark testament to how our society shapes our view of disability and the stigma towards people with neurodivergence. And then this is where the neurodiversity movement comes in, as a beacon of hope to so many, because it urges us as a society to acknowledge the infinite variation of neurocognitive functioning that exists within our species, but more so to create cultures and structures that embrace strengths as differences. If we acknowledge that neurodiversity exists and there is value in the talents of both neurodivergent and neurotypical people, then it justifies the need to go a step further and to respect those differences in being, learning, and working. This means making deviation the new normal, and this requires us to focus on strengths and not to accentuate weaknesses. Now, this is actually not a new concept. Most of us strongly believe in the power of teams and collaboration. By nature, teams are compiled to bring together individuals with strengths to work together and achieve desired goals. In essence, we combine multiple talents to complement each other and offset weaknesses within the group. We know this is how sports teams and music groups are created. They thrive on differentiation of skills. An orchestra makes beautiful music because of the diversity of instrumentation and the players' skills behind them. It's clear we can't have a single skill set and succeed. So why are we trying to push sameness in education and entry to the workplace? While neurodiversity is a call for recognizing the diversity in our being, it is also a movement that advocates for a unified mindset regarding success. However, this is not a rigid line to follow. The rule becomes one of differentiation and flexibility as the standard. It requires us to challenge ourselves and question why we value those who conform to our expectations more than those who demonstrate unique skills and perspectives. If we don't collectively redefine success, we will not only perpetuate stereotypes and exclusion, we will continue to create barriers to education and employment that will have detrimental consequences to our future. When my son was diagnosed autistic, the rate of diagnosis was 1 in 110. Today, 1 in every 36 8-year-olds in the United States is diagnosed autistic. And these numbers don't include those diagnosed with other neurodivergent conditions, such as dyslexia, dyscalculia, ADHD, and Tourette syndrome. Combined, this means 1 in every 6 adults entering the workplace in the next decade will be neurodivergent. And the numbers are increasing. We will not succeed as a society if we cannot create paths to gainful employment that sustain our economy. Now, I know we're at a university, but this talk is not meant to be a lecture on autism, ADHD, or giftedness, even though neurodiversity is grounded in these foundations. This is a wake-up call to each and every one of us who has found success through conformity. I know I did, and this is because our culture has narrow definitions of what makes success influence, and achievement. Neurodiversity challenges us to counter our thinking about who we include and why. It asks us to focus on strengths and work together to attain mutual success. Not only do these changes make a more engaged, productive, and collaborative community, we have to ask ourselves, what will happen to our society if we don't? Neuro-inclusion is the future, and our neurodivergent population is growing. And the changes required are revolutionary because they require a collective effort that benefits each and every one of us. Together, we can accentuate people's strengths to improve education outcomes, make a more robust economy, and ultimately create a stronger society. When we work together with neurodiversity in mind, we're all better for it. My research over the years has shown that autism-inclusive teams thrive. We see more creativity and a greater sense of belonging on neurodiverse teams. This rising prevalence of neurodivergence makes our collective change not a choice, but a necessity. But you don't have to fear the things you don't understand. Instead, let's embrace and support potential. Believe in the extraordinary. That is where we together will find our true path to realizing an inclusive world. Thank you.
Thank you, Theresa.
Hi.
I first want to start out by asking, I spoke, I believe, with your parents that are sitting here in the front row, and they told me how proud you are. So is there anybody else in the audience that's with you today?
Oh, I have many friends
Oh, well,
here today.
give a round of applause. Where are they at? Where are they at? There they are. Look at them all. Well, first of all, you did a fantastic job, okay? And this is especially a difficult topic sometimes because this affects you personally with your family.
Yes.
So I want to ask you, I read about you. Very successful podcast, award-winning research into this topic. What makes you so proud of the efforts that you've put forward so far? And what is going to continue to motivate you to continue to try and inspire change?
What inspires me is having others, some in the audience, or my own children, breaking the barriers that people said wasn't possible. I know it's possible. And so every time we break a barrier, we defeat a naysayer, for the lack of a better word. That's the catalyst to keep fighting.
Well, if this session so far it's been a perfect depiction of what TEDx is all about. We got to dance earlier, and
Yes,
now
we
we
did.
can be inspired to create positive change. One more round of applause, please. For Theresa.
Okay. Let's round out this section, shall we? You ever heard the saying, the world is your oyster? I hope you have. I hope I'm not the only one. It means the world has endless possibilities in store for you to explore. It means there's endless opportunities to collaborate and build partnerships. But there's a lot of options out there. And with so many options, this next speaker wants to discuss building those partnerships that work best for you, which should be an experience that makes you blossom. With his talk, will you be giving anyone flowers today? Here's Steve Russell. Round of applause, please.
When I was 5 years old, I was invited to be the ring bearer in my cousin's wedding. I only have 2 core memories from that day, and I think you're not here to listen to a TED Talk about how I ate French fries in a limousine. So I'll try to talk about the other memory instead, which is I had the opportunity to give the flower girl her corsage. And so if you can picture a wildly cuter version of me, no matter how difficult that is to do, I'm in my tuxedo, I have no clue what's going on, and my aunt approaches me. She's got this pretty white flowery bracelet thing, and so if you know any 5-year-old boys, you know, most of them probably aren't that intrigued by that gift. She informed me I could give it to Cassandra, though, the flower girl. So Cassandra and I had only just met. We weren't best friends, we didn't have history, but we did have a job to do. We had to hold hands and walk down the aisle together. Really quite a daunting task for a couple of 5-year-olds. After building up a bit of courage and receiving a bit of coaxing from my family and friends, I opened up this little box. I handed her the flowers. It wasn't until I gave her the flowers, though, that I realized how that made me feel. I felt really good. The feeling was something special. I gave her flowers. I didn't receive anything. Why was I living on cloud 9? Well, according to Stephen Post, the director of the Center for Medical Humanities at Stony Brook University, giving her those flowers might have released chemicals like dopamine and endorphins that give you a sense of euphoria, or oxytocin, which is associated with tranquility and serenity. That's an excellent explanation, but I like Dr. Post's other way to describe this, which is he calls it helper's high. And that feeling of helper's high really stuck with me for a long time. So now fast forward 5 years later, I found myself getting ready to go to my aunt's funeral. Tragically, she was taken from us way too early, and as a 10-year-old, even I could understand and feel the pain that my family was going through. I wanted to help my family feel better, and selfishly, I just wanted to feel better too. But mostly, I wanted to help my grandma feel better. So what did I do? I asked my mom if we could get grandma flowers for the funeral. She went on to inform me that there would be lots of flowers at the funeral already, and that they would be very beautiful. But that information was not going to allow me my helper's high. And so, of course, what do you do as a 10-year-old? You argue. Well, what kind of flowers are they going to have? To which the response was, well, all of my aunt's favorite flowers. Of course, I replied snarkily, how will that make grandma feel any better? She likes lilies. Now, seeing the losing battle that my mom was obviously fighting, she begrudgingly agreed we could stop by the store on the way to get a lily. Now, the flowers at this funeral were beautiful, and in fact, the whole experience brought family and friends together to really honor the life of someone very special. But again, I only have 2 core memories from that day. And considering that riding on a Harley-Davidson motorcycle for the first time is not in line with the theme today, I'm going to stick with the other memory, which was a really special moment for me, a moment where I gave my grandma that lily. And in that moment, a church full of people on a chaotic and absolutely stressful day became just my grandma and I for a brief second. The flowers did not change that we were both sad, and they did not bring back our loved one. But they were an indication to her that I understood and I knew that she needed support, and in my own small way, I may have done something for her on that day that very few adults in my family were able to do. I made her smile. She gave me the biggest hug, and spoiler alert, I felt better too. Unfortunately, it's been a couple years since I was 10, and fortunately though, giving flowers and the way that it makes me feel has really never gone away. So my final story to share with you happened last week. Last week, my partner came home to find some of her favorite flowers sitting on the dining room table. You'd think because it was just last week, I'd maybe have a better recollection, but I still seem to maybe just remember things in twos. So I've got 2 memories from this. The first one was really, I remember when she saw the flowers, and if that didn't make me kind of feel good enough just to see the way she felt, I also got a nice hug too. But also, the second memory, a bit more vivid, she shared with me that she had really had actually a rough day that day, and that there were some other challenging items that were on her mind. She said she really needed something to pick her up, and she said, thank you for being there for me. Now at this point, you're wondering to yourself, is this an advertisement for the flower shop that I own down the street? It's not. I'll actually get to the point here, I promise. So let's connect some dots. In the world we live in today, very few things are actually accomplished without partnership. Whether you are a 5-year-old that needs another 5-year-old to hold your hand and walk down the aisle, or maybe you need to find a business partner for an entrepreneurial venture, or everything in between, we must regularly step out of our comfort zones to build something out of nothing. And throughout our lives, many people attempt to make us smile or feel better. Like they tell us jokes, they give us gifts, they try hard to support us. But the times that we really feel connected, delighted, and cared for are when we feel that people have listened to us and understand us. Whether you receive your favorite flower as you're mourning a loss, or you're provided with a business opportunity that aligns perfectly with your mission, it's in those moments you recognize the giver gets you. And at times, we can be attempting to run our lives on an empty tank. It may not be obvious for others to see, and it may not be something that we really openly share, but we all have rough days at home and in our personal lives. Our businesses struggle to compete and grow. But in those moments, we most need our partner's support. For those who engage us in those quietly difficult times, we're forever grateful and forever committed. I had no history with Cassandra the flower girl, but we made it down that aisle thanks to a corsage. Flowers were everywhere at the funeral, but a lily helped my grandma make it through a nearly unbearable day. And I'd like to think that the flowers on my kitchen table at home right now have at least a little something to do with why I have maybe one person out in the audience who's listening right now. So when I explore the idea of building partnership in my life, whether it be in my personal life or for work purposes, I think about flowers. I think about how can I bring that future business partner flowers? Can I send them a referral customer? Could I connect them with a potential supplier? Maybe I can introduce them to a connection who might be their next great employee. We aren't partnering together yet, but by introducing myself with flowers, I really start off our future partnership on a high note. Now, if I haven't lost you yet on this adventure, let me try this one on. Do I know what my partner's favorite flower is? Have I been listening enough to their needs? Do I know the pain points in their business? Do I understand when they're on their highest high and at their lowest low so that I can ensure that I'm going to be there for them? In this instance, we have partnered together, and for our partnership to flourish, I need to understand what I can do to support and add value to this partnership. All right, thanks for sticking with me. We're almost here. Let's bring it home. Do my partners have flowers waiting for them when they come home? What does this mean? By that, what I'm really talking about is, do I carve out time for them? And not just time to meet, but do I carve out time in my mind, and do I take action? Do I carve out time in my mind? When I see opportunities that could benefit them, do I make the connection? When I see challenges approaching, do I make them aware? What am I doing day in and day out to really help them know that I'm committed to our partnership? If you can remember the corsage, the lily, and the flowers on the kitchen table, you understand the process to build a partnership, to engage, understand, and commit. Engage, understand, and commit. And as much as I'd like to say that it's as simple as remembering those 3 steps, there's a little bit of a challenge that comes with them. It might be quite easy to give people flowers, actually. The transaction's done. Maybe you even felt good. And so if you want to run around giving everyone flowers after this talk, let me know and I'll provide a good recommendation of a florist. But if you're actually interested in building meaningful and lasting partnerships, we need to put together all of these stories. I can give flowers to many people, but I do not have the time to learn more about every one of those people. How will I know what their favorite flowers are so that the next time I give them flowers, I can really delight them? So now we watch this large top of our sort of funnel of all these potential partners in our lives start to dwindle. Do you have time to learn about what their favorite flower is? Are you able to find their favorite flower? Do they appreciate it when you give them the flowers? As we layer on each story, there inevitably become fewer partners to give flowers to, and this is an important lesson for us all to understand. If I start off my week giving out a dozen roses to potential partners, next week I may only be giving out flowers of their liking to 5 of them. And I may only be able to commit to giving flowers regularly to 1 of them. Meaningful, lasting relationships take engagement, understanding, and commitment. So what have we learned? This intentional process might be simple to remember, but maybe challenging to pursue. Why do it? To grow new personal friendships, to gain new customers, to build a network, to find a job opportunity, to step out of our comfort zone, to build something out of nothing. And if you don't like any of those answers, I left one aspect out. The whole reason I realized I like giving people flowers in the first place, to feel good. So, one question. Who will you be giving flowers to today?
So I have to tell everybody here, and I don't know if you're going to like that I say this or not, he literally put this to work today. Myself and other people on the TEDx team received flowers from Steve this morning. How nice is that? That's so kind. There's something so timeless about receiving flowers. I don't care how many times you receive them in your lifetime. It just feels good. I do want to talk to you about keeping them alive at some point, because that is
That's
the
a
part.
different talk, for
yeah,
sure.
that is
Yeah.
what I. Maybe next year. Maybe,
Maybe.
that's next year. So you work at BGSU. You've got your pin on today.
Yes.
When did you come to the university?
I've only been here for just a little over a year.
Talk
Yeah.
about your partnerships within the university.
Yeah, I think they're all about listening. I love being a part of this collaboration session because we heard some really key things that fit nicely in with developing partnerships. I spend a lot of my days listening. Maybe I spend my days talking too much, but I try to listen as much as I can. Yeah.
What was this experience like for you?
Oh, it was a blast. It was a blast. Amazing event, really well run, and an opportunity sometimes to take a conversation that really just lives like with you or individually and really help, kind of spread it.
An incredible topic. Thank you so much. Round of applause, please, for Steve. Yes, yes, yes. And for all of our speakers, because that closes out our collaboration section. What do you guys think? Did you like that? It was a great event. So,
I enjoyed it.
oh, Steve, hello.
Hi.
Welcome.
Hey there. One Steve to the next. No, I enjoyed it. And I mean, we still have 3 more sessions to go. Now, that's what's amazing is that we've already heard 8 fantastic speakers, and we're not even halfway through yet with today's event.
We're so lucky. Thank you all so much for joining us today. We will be right back here at 3?
2 o'clock. We do ask
2 o'clock,
that
yeah.
the audience do step out of the room. Please go enjoy some of the amenities that are being offered are now currently ongoing. So our artists are downstairs. We have the Life Design Hub. We have all kinds of good things going on. And also the Stilt Walker will be coming in soon. Yes, we do have a
So watch
Stilt
your head.
Walker. Watch your head.
Yes.
There will be a 13-foot person walking around somewhere in this building. But yeah, we do ask step outside, go stretch your legs, grab some lunch. Maybe it's lunchtime, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. And
The networking lounge as well. It's all that direction. Go meet with your speakers. We had so many great ones today.
and then come back 2 o'clock. Session 3 will get underway. All right?
Thank you, everybody.
See you around.
don't have.
All right, I'm guessing with the simmering out of the music here, that is our cue. Welcome, everybody, to the Reframe section. Love this front row filled up here. Not everybody's wanted to sit this close to us today. So thank you. Welcome. Are you happy to be here? We are so happy to have you here today. This section, as I said, is called Reframe. And sort of the overarching mission of today is for the public good. The world is ever changing, right? How can one work and build towards the public good when the public good could look different every year, every week, every day? That's where the power of reframing comes in, right? These next speakers are asking you to break down from that norm, break away from that norm, I should say, and reframe, and how the world will be a better place because of it.
But before we get to those, I just want to remind you about a few of the amenities that are going on today. I don't know if you saw it. I was getting lunch in between these sessions, and I saw a 12-foot person walking around out there in stilts. So
and a juggler.
And a juggler out there. So we have a few
him.
artists. We also have a graphic artist that's downstairs on the first floor right outside Falcon Outfitters that's going to be designing some sort of, I guess, design about each talk that's going on in its own unique way. And we have artists and performers from 1:30 to 4:30 all throughout the building. So take in all the amenities when you get a chance to do so. And there's also the community hub that's presented by Life Design. And there's also a networking lounge, I believe, as well. That's hosted by the Calen Hub, where you can meet some of your favorite speakers after each session, okay? If you do need to leave during one of the speeches, we do ask that you try to wait until after the end of a speaker. I understand that emergencies do occur, so we understand if you do have to leave in an absolute emergency, but just do your best to give as much respect as you can to these hardworking speakers that we have today, okay?
All right. Thank you, Steve. And with that, let's get shaken, Bacon. How many of you are afraid of death?
I am.
Can you openly talk about it or about the death of your loved ones? Those questions seem a little grim for a Thursday, but it's discussions like these that this next speaker wants society to normalize. So on that note, please welcome Sara Chambers for her talk, Death is Not a Dirty Word. Give it up, please.
We all love a well-placed, dirty word. Quick story that will illustrate a lot about me as a person and an opinion on one of the appropriate uses of the dirtiest of all dirty words. You know the one I'm talking about. Some time ago, my husband Rob and I were in our garage, and he was repeatedly telling me to be careful, to which I replied, "Honey, from now on, let's just pretend that I'm not trying to hurt myself. Stop telling me to be careful." I turned around and I immediately tripped over a bucket, sending it flying and me scrambling on my feet in a frenzy. That's when I said it. I took a moment of silence and I looked at him and said, "Don't say anything." He joked, "Well, at least it wasn't the bucket." Now, we all know what he meant because kicked the bucket is a phrase that we're all comfortable using to avoid saying died. Society likes to avoid the literal words death, dying, and died, much like some of us avoid using curse words. But we give words power, and the way in which we speak about something carries weight, not only for ourselves, but for the people that we love. After reflecting on my 15 years as a nurse, the last 8 of them in hospice care, I've realized that it's not that people refuse to talk about death and grief, it's that a lot of people just don't know how. And you know what? I want everyone to know that it's not their fault. Because our society has had this cloak of silence and sadness, we have a lack of direction on how to approach death and grief, to the point that we are largely uncomfortable with our own mortality. This in turn creates a culture that treats talking about death and grief as if it's dirty. Think about this with me for a second. People will openly discuss and debate things like abortion, the death penalty, legalizing medical aid in dying. They're comfortable with the language, and in some cases have even been taught to be well-versed on their side of the debate because it's an acceptable topic. We are content to make decisions for others' death, but when it comes to our own mortality, we get a little squeamish. In a lot of cases, we aren't taught a whole lot about death. It's like the topic itself is culturally inappropriate, morbid, or taboo. We use euphemisms to soften the blow of those dreaded D words. Passed away, went to heaven. But on the flip side of that, phrases like, "I almost died of embarrassment," or "this is to die for," are pretty common. So let's explore that further. My very first source of inspiration to talk about death and grief, and I mean the most obvious one, is stand-up comedy. I'm dead serious. It's called dark humor, right? Some people are so comfortable, cavalier even, with the language of death and grief. That's one end of the spectrum, stand-up comedians and death professionals. For the rest of us, there's certainly more documentaries, books, movies, games, songs, podcasts, episodes, even entire series, and yes, stand-up comedians and TEDx talks that feature death and grief than ever before. These are some great starting points to utilize. The authors of some of those, I could almost guarantee, are coping through their creations. I could also tell you a couple stories from my years as a nurse, one that involved adult siblings physically fighting in a hospital waiting room. Those stories are effective, but instead, I wanted to tap into my personal experience losing a member of my household. This is the first time I've publicly described Kenny in that way, a member of my household, but that's what he was. Up until last fall, I struggled with finding those words. I couldn't just say that he was my cousin. Not everyone grows up with cousins like I did, as closely as we were. Kenny was more like another brother to me than a cousin. I couldn't say he was one of my best friends because it just didn't feel like enough. And roommate felt like it was on the right track, but still seemed like a demotion somehow. So as this last anniversary of Kenny's death came and went, I found myself explaining to Rob that after 11 years, I can still be surprised by grief. There was a naive expectation that the waves of grief would stop someday, but of course I'm realizing that they never will. That's when he said, Kenny was a member of your household. After he died, he was still everywhere for you for a long time. And it hit me. He was right. I hate to admit that, especially in public, but my husband was right. I couldn't be in the bathroom of my own home without being reminded of what was lost. One of the most difficult tasks I did was throw away Kenny's toothbrush. There was no escape, no break from the knowledge that he was gone and the feelings that crushed me. At 25 years old, Kenny died 1 week after a car accident that occurred on the night of his brother's wedding. He was and always will be our family's best man. At the time of Kenny's death, I was working as an ICU nurse. I had witnessed countless last breaths and last beats, and while those were certainly heart-wrenching, they weren't my people. At 28 years old, someone that important to me, a member of my household, died. And I had absolutely no idea how to cope, let alone talk about it. I'm not under the delusion that conversations will make traumatic moments like that softer, or that we can completely avoid accidents, period. It's the world we live in. But what I am saying is that we can learn to better talk about death and grief, and in turn normalize talking about an already normal phenomenon. We can feel more confident in how to respond and support someone who's deeply grieving because we have more context. I'm here to encourage you and everyone else out there in classrooms and community groups to start to treat their own mortality as a subject worth exploring instead of one to be censored. Death is the condition of life, and it's the one thing that every single one of us has in common. Grief is a normal experience, and might I add, not explicitly human. It can be incredibly complicated. The only way to make it less awkward and weaken the entirely negative connotation of death and grief is to try to talk about it. Be brave enough to start, engage in a conversation with someone somewhere that you feel comfortable with. I'm aware that death as a subject of conversation is not a natural conversation starter. Believe me, I have tried. But I'm also speaking from lived experience, personally and professionally, that when death as a subject of conversation gets ignored, put off, or just continuously slips through the cracks of life, it will eventually catch you off guard. I was and still am shaken by the loss of Kenny. At this point, I've had over 11 years of getting used to that grief just kind of hanging around. Now I think of it like that unwanted guest that won't stop talking and just leave. Like we've gone past that stereotypical but realistic Midwestern goodbye. In the beginning, I could barely push that guest aside long enough to function. Everything was overshadowed by Kenny not being there. I was angry. I was more fatigued than I had ever been. I took some time off work because I didn't feel like I could do my job safely, and I almost gave up my career as a nurse entirely. Shout out to Sherry Thompson and Dina Sievert for helping me along the way in that journey. This added some financial worry. We don't think about that side of grief often, the practical side, those tasks that are so difficult but need done, like that damn toothbrush I struggled to toss out. Rob did everything he could to support me, of course, but he hadn't known Kenny that long. My family were all dealing with grief in their own ways, and I didn't want to burden them further. I started to feel ashamed, like I was grieving wrong, or it was taking me too long to function again fully. I was given information that a local hospice had free bereavement support. I had one-on-one counseling for a few weeks, and it was tremendously helpful. A trained professional, shout out to Mo, who I had never met and wasn't a part of the circumstances surrounding this tragedy in my life, allowed me to ugly cry and word vomit and just fall apart in front of her. She made it safe and validated that what was happening to me physically, psychologically, spiritually, and practically was all normal, because it was. She also didn't coddle me. She gave me positive outlets and ideas for my emotions. Grief is so personal, so individualized, and it does not have space to be judged. Having access to that type of support may have saved my life, and I now very passionately work for that hospice. Once I was seeking help processing my grief, I was able to start functioning again in the world. That's when I realized I was a part of this club that I never asked to join and had the worst membership requirements. As people started to learn more about Kenny's death, I was surprised by the number of people who had experienced deep grief as I had, even people I had known. It's like they only talked about it with me once it happened to me. I wish I had known more, because knowledge is power and a dash of control. Like I've said, death and grief are deeply personal, psychological, emotional topics, but they can be religious, spiritual, ethical, and even medical topics, and they can really be difficult to initiate. I'd also like to point out that they're cross-cultural. Talking about these things related to our own mortality and that of our loved ones is a really unique conversation. We can talk about death and grief in a range of environments, and I've had some enlightening chats about life in all of them. Among very few close friends, in large groups of strangers, it can be a casual, spontaneous setting, or have a more formal, planned setup, like using a game or attending a death cafe. Seriously, those are things. There's been over 200 death cafes held to date in this country. The idea is to get together over a meal and discuss topics related to death and grief in a safe space, free of judgment and expectations. A facilitator uses conversation prompts to initiate and guide conversation amongst the group. I'm currently doing something just like that, utilizing a card game in a group setting. I've had groups as small as 4, and I've had groups as large as 35 at places like senior centers, community centers, YMCAs, libraries. The feedback thus far has been glowingly positive. I've had individuals of all ages, backgrounds, and life experiences in these groups. Some are very chatty, some don't say a word, but approach me afterwards and express their appreciation for the opportunity to listen. Some share deeply personal things that they say they've never shared before. Some cry, most of them laugh, but in the end, almost all of them say they want to continue this conversation. Rob asks me what we talk about, and my answer is life, death, and pizza. We talk about, is it appropriate to take photos at funerals? What constitutes a miracle? How do you fill out a living will? Do people really have deathbed visions? Or what's your best celebrity encounter? And those two are not related. We talk about mediums and grief and vacation spots and so much more. I can tell you a few specific benefits of exploring your own mortality. One big change that I noticed was, I'm what you call a sentimental hoarder. If my kid half-ass painted it and gave it to me with the impression that it was a masterpiece, I'm keeping it. And then I have a really hard time throwing it away. I have pared down boxes of greeting cards and school papers and postcards. Do people do that anymore? I love them. But anything that was handwritten. Now I notice that I look at these things and I really consider, does this mean anything to anyone other than me? What am I going to do with it? When my kids are older, will they even know what this object or masterpiece is, or who that postcard is from? So I really reflect on if something is worth saving or storing. I try to hold my kids longer, and I truly sweat the small stuff less. I think I've learned to really value the present moment as well, which, by the way, this one's pretty awesome. What I've noticed is that contemplating my own mortality and the mortality of those that I love is a protective measure too. Because of what I went through being absolutely clueless, and because of the countless other stories that I hear of people who could have really benefited from a proactive conversation. Before Kenny died, I never imagined it as a possibility, but of course it was. Death knows no bias. But through all of this, I've started to view death and grief through more of a lens of hope. I hope that I can help others by focusing on opportunities to explain and explore how facing their mortality can be an uplifting and positive experience. There are many other death professionals out there like me, encouraging, facilitating, and having quality conversations and getting people familiar with the language of death and grief. We're out there. One day we all will die. Why not ask meaningful questions and search for meaningful answers to gain some clarity and maybe even some potential peace? I challenge everyone to start taking back the power, reversing the stigma of these topics. Start or join a conversation in a way that is comfortable for you. Use this talk as a prompt to talk to 1, 2, or 12 people, or use one of those other sources I've mentioned before. Ask people their experiences, if any, with grief and death. In turn, we can better support each other in times of inevitable hardship, and maybe even start to frame death and grief in a way that isn't predominantly macabre. Rip that cloak of silence off, because conversations about death and grief are at their core chats about life, and those can be so fun and interesting and enlightening and even productive. I promise you, talking about it will not jinx you. If it did, I would have already kicked that one bucket that we all know my husband was referring to. Thank you.
Sara, awesome job.
Thank you.
Very interesting topic. You're on a college campus,
Yes.
Bowling Green State University. You got some college students either on the live stream or in the audience now.
Sure.
Why is this an important topic for them to hear? Because like you mentioned, I'm a college student. I'm not necessarily thinking about what I'm thinking is going to happen decades from now.
Sure. So we absolutely have this assumption that we're all going to live to ripe old ages. Although we also know that children die and people die in their 20s. But as a young person, you have this invincibility about you, and you're like, I don't have to worry about that yet. And those are the people that I worry the most about, because those are the ones that could get slapped in the face by it if they don't start to address it head on. So while most of the time my audiences are older folks, I do try to get in front of the younger generations. And honestly, if I get them to open up, some of that can be some very enlightening talks for them.
For the public good, you might say.
Absolutely.
All right, Sara, thank you so much.
Thank
Round of
you.
applause, please. Great job. Yes, yes, yes.
Okay, we're going to open up now to our next point of conversation. It's going to be diving into an aspect of our nation's founding that I think a lot of times we forget about how important it really is to truly understanding what it is to be an American. And through our next speaker's personal and professional experience, this individual aims to highlight the historical and cultural contributions that Black Americans have made to the American society. So please join me in welcoming Dr. Jacqueline Hudson to the stage with her talk, My Country 'Tis of Thee, Black History and Culture is American History and Culture. Please welcome Dr. Hudson.
Black history is American history. Black culture is American culture. These two sentences encapsulate my work as a Black American, woman, and public historian. Black Americans have made social, political, economic, and cultural contributions to American society since Africans were forcibly brought to the United States during the transatlantic slave trade in the 17th century. In subsequent centuries, Black Americans have lived under numerous systems of oppression, such as slavery and Jim Crow laws. To a certain extent, we're still living under these conditions. Despite these circumstances, Black Americans learned how to pivot or assimilate to mainstream culture while creating history that has impacted and continue to impact American society at large. Black Americans set trends. Black Americans raised the bar. Black Americans built spaces to excel. So why aren't we celebrated for more of these achievements? I have a personal journey through my identities that has led me to become an activist and advocate for Black American history and culture's rightful place in the story of the United States. I invite you to share this journey with me today. This journey starts being a kid growing up as a Black girl on the Gulf Coast of Mississippi in a town with a predominantly white school system. I distinctly remember not learning anything about Black history outside of slavery, Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., and Rosa Parks. Even with those subjects, the text on Black Americans was very limited. As a young student, I felt that there was a lot missing about Black history in the curriculum. I was quite dismayed because I love history. As a Gen Xer, my foray into popular culture was through avenues like cable channel, music television, MTV, and entertainment news show Entertainment Tonight. While I was fascinated by looking at creatives in the entertainment industry, I did not see many on screen who looked like me. These mainstream shows mostly covered white creatives, but I had a feeling that Black Americans had more part of the industry than what was shown on TV was letting on. The cable channel Black Entertainment Television, BET, confirmed this notion for me. Watching shows like Video Soul, Teen Summit, Rap City, and even Midnight Love opened a new world into a Black America to me. These shows displayed multifaceted view of Black Americans in different spaces, even though most of the shows were music-based. Another cultural moment was watching the Arsenio Hall show during the 1990s. Comedian Arsenio Hall hosted a late-night talk show on Fox that was an answer to counter-programming to other late-night shows hosted by Dave Letterman and Jay Leno. The Late Show with Dave Letterman and The Tonight Show with The Late Show with Dave Letterman and The Tonight Show with Jay Leno did not feature a lot of Black creatives who were making a mark in the entertainment industry. But the Arsenio Hall show welcomed Black creatives across the entertainment industry, which included actors, actresses, directors, political figures, and other cultural personalities. Watching the Arsenio Hall further solidified my desire to find out more about my culture and how to place it in a bigger context of American society. I was aware that HBCUs existed, and I felt I should attend one to help me further understand Black history and culture. My life changed forever when I went to Jackson State University in Jackson, Mississippi, and pursued an undergraduate degree in mass communication with a focus in journalism. For my junior and senior year there, I wrote for the Blue and White Flash, the campus newspaper. I wrote album reviews on Black music releases and other type of Black culture interest stories. My love never wavered for history, never during this time at Jackson State. In fact, I never forgot one of my favorite history teachers at Jackson State, Miss Wanda Jackson, who ensured that her students knew about Black historical moments in American society. A year after graduating from Jackson State, I attended Columbia College to pursue a master's degree in arts, media, and entertainment management. During my time there, I worked in the music industry through music record labels, music retail, and radio stations. Again, my love for history never wavered, but my interest shifted to wanting to know how music was connected to the historical context of the Black experience. After getting laid off twice in the industry, I felt the universe was pointing me into a different direction, but honestly, I did not know where. I took a job as an office manager at a social service organization while I was figuring out what I wanted to do next. It was when I matriculated at Columbia College where I began an interest in visiting museums. I figured why not go to a space where I can indulge my love of history. I have also been fascinated by objects in the various states of the display cases. I would even take a day trip by plane or car just to visit a museum or two. In fact, I would make sure that I would visit a museum or two if I'm in the town to run a marathon. During this break in my career, I thought to myself when I visit the museums, wait, somebody had to install these objects. At this moment, I realized that I wanted to pursue a career that would incorporate my love of Black history and culture and to find a platform to inform multi-generational audience about the resilience, the creativity, and the beauty that is the Black experience. This part of the journey started with earning a doctorate degree in American Cultural Studies here at BGSU during my time here on campus. I ensured that I incorporated many facets of the Black experience in my class assignments, essays, and lastly, my dissertation. I also incorporated in creating my own exhibits on campus. Shout out to the Ray Brown Popular Cultural and Jerome Libraries, which included exploring Black identities through Vibe magazine covers and taking a different approach to Black History Month while I examined subjects such as Afrofuturism, Black nerd culture, Black fiction, Black cult films, and television shows. If the dominant culture can celebrate science fiction, nerds, romance novels, and cult classics, why can't Black people's labor be celebrated too? My first big girl job at the National Underground Railroad Freedom Center in Cincinnati gave me the freedom, no pun intended, to develop various exhibits and programs that explore the Black experience beyond the Underground Railroad while giving an audience a basic information about the history. My first exhibit examined the first Black lawyer in the United States and explained how he endured much discrimination and resistance from white individuals when he went to school and practiced law. In a digital exhibit in collaboration with Google Arts and Culture, I presented objects that represented the culture of the enslaved during the International Underground Railroad Month. In fact, a graduate student told me that she used this exhibit to teach her students about the Underground Railroad. A highlight of my time at the Freedom Center was creating a virtual program based on an exhibit that I wanted to bring to the museum. Unfortunately, due to COVID and logistical reasons, the exhibit was unable to come. But I really wanted to do something with this exhibit. So I did the very best thing. I developed a virtual program to have the co-curators of the exhibit make presentations about the art and history of Black hair from pre-transatlantic slave trade to present day. In the same presentation, a local hairstylist did a live hair demonstration. The program was a success, considering it was a virtual. A sorority sister of mine told me that her students who attended the program learned about hair beyond is just being a hairstyle. Other platforms I've used to showcase the variety of Black excellence consisted of writing a blog for the National Council on Public History's website about my grandparents' furniture to describe Black personal history. Both my family and colleagues really gravitated to this written piece of work. But my personal favorite of work was turning a school project into a project that installed an Ohio historical marker to commemorate the musical contributions of the Troutman Sound Labs in Dayton, Ohio. This is just a small sample of what I've done so far. Believe me, I've only just begun. Here's why I really want all of this to happen. Granted, these are Black history lessons, but I also want to incorporate different aspects of Black culture as well. Black people exist. Black people love. Black people create. Black people have done some dope shit. Again, the long road of Africans being forcibly brought to the Americas manifested into Black Americas making limitless contributions to American society. Now, how can you support Black excellence in American history and culture? Remember when I said that Black people love, Black people create, and Black people exist just a few seconds ago? This cannot be any clearer in the art of film. I have a full list of 10, but I'm only going to show you 3 if you like this, then you would like that format. For example, if you like Harry Met Sally, then you would like Love Jones. If you like The Outsiders, then you would like Boys in the Hood. If you like That Thing You Do, then you would like The 5 Heartbeats. I purposely chose these films to showcase the diversity in the Black experience as there is a diversity in the American experience. I sometimes think about that young girl in Mississippi, wondering why she did not see enough Black representation in American history and culture on television. It just blows my mind. Standing right here in this moment, many years later, talking to you all, and acknowledging the fact that I have become that vessel that my younger self longed for.
Dr. Hudson,
Yes.
how do you feel right now?
Relieved.
Yeah. Was it fair to say you were a little nervous and excited coming into this?
Yeah, a little bit of both.
I
mean, to be honest, but when I got the call saying I was going to do it, I was like terrified, excited, and surprised. So yeah, those were like the three emotions that I had when I got the call.
Well, I think we can all agree we really enjoyed what you had to share with us today and didn't seem like you were nervous any bit. Now, I do want to ask you this question. You said a little bit ago that you're just getting started. We're kind of sharing Black history and making it a norm to call it as a member of American history. What is that next venture of research that maybe you're going to be diving into?
Well, funny you should say that. I'm actually going to be writing a book on an album that's truly dear and near and dear to my heart. So I'm going to write an album. An album review, like my personal connection with the album. So hopefully, I'm writing, it's the proposal right now, but hopefully it'll get accepted. So that's kind of like where I'm going in the next direction.
Well, it seems like almost every year we seemingly learn more about America's book of history, right? And you're just continuing to add another significant chapter to it. One more time, please, Dr. Jacqueline Hudson.
All right. Moving right along here. Got a question for you guys, sort of tapping back in your memory here. When you were a kid, what did you really, really want to be when you grew up? You can yell it out. I'm cool with yelling. Anybody become those things? Yes? A lot of yeses. Anybody not become the actress or the superstar or the musician they wanted to be? Okay, we got some hands in the back. Why not? Think it was selfish? Think it was too big of a dream? Well, this next speaker actually wants you to scratch that mindset because no dream is too big, regardless of what society says. For his talk, Dreaming Big, Embracing Your Vision in a Content Society, here's Malik Jarrell-Miller. Give it up, please.
Hello, everybody. My name is Malik Jarrell-Miller. I grew up like most kids, with an inspiration of wanting to become something extraordinary. I remember it started off as wanting to become a penguin, like waddle, waddle, waddle. But then I found out that wasn't exactly possible. So I chose I want to be a lawyer, which was more realistic. But that dream changed as I got the chance to work at a law firm back in my hometown of Detroit. By the end of high school, forwarding into college, I learned that it was fine to not know what I exactly wanted to do yet, but entrepreneurship and whatever I wanted to do was my only goal, and that's what I wanted to decide upon. Now, throughout my journey of figuring out what I want for my life, came the bigger conversation of, what will that look like? And I will be so excited to speak this into existence until I begin to hear the responses that came from it. Don't you think that's too much? You really think you're going to do that? That sounds very selfish. Hearing people who I would encounter in my life saying these type of things to me would diminish me. And the crazy part is the impact of who and what they can mean in my life would determine the amount of power that response will have over me. And honestly, it would get to the point to where I would begin to believe that this is true. Now, when I was younger, I always knew I was different. From the way I would talk with others, the way I would interact, how I would decide to respond, how my mind would even think. It always made me feel like I was not the same. But Finding that difference to be a great thing is what honestly changed my complete perspective. And the only instance in where I will find comfortability in me being me, different and weird, was through the dreams I will have. These dreams would allow me to feel like I could find peace in being myself and what I believe. And I learned that was how a dreamer was born, throughout having that vision. And think about it, society trying to go ahead and take this away from me, having me battle the minds of others, was like them trying to take all the peace I had stored inside of myself. Now, back in my hometown of Detroit, we have a large community that has its own communities to hold. Any Detroit residents? So, I want to say where we are from, the streets echo with dreams from residents who have unique narratives in life, all in one. However, these dreams were often faced with harsh realities that have to be faced by us, like economic struggles, limited opportunities, and overall just a constant struggle for a better life. And learning this came with understanding a lot of individual stories around me by the people I love. And these stories and situations were mixed with both resilience and times of struggle throughout these people. And being in an environment like Detroit, I was able to see the contrast of possibilities and limitations that certain circumstances were able to put on these individuals. And this harsh truth made me want to take a step back and think, not only for me, but for others who still believe. Now, the strong tape of our lives seem to never fail as we constantly stay stuck to it, and the patterns it has to offer. A pattern like this can either propel us forward in life or keep us insured in what I like to call a relentless cycle. And in Detroit, it's a vivid image painted out through families much like mine that found themselves caught in a cycle where circumstances unfortunately dictated the trajectory of their lives. I want you to take a moment and consider this with me. Consider a family that have continuous economic struggle. Okay. Now, they have parents working tirelessly to make ends meet, often just facing the setbacks of the natural forces to come with life. Now, picture a child being born into that exact situation, finding themselves into a situation just so unchangeable. So you see, the strong tape is not just a metaphor, no. It's a solid force that shapes the expectations and limitations that we inherit. And this cycle and society can come from various forms of different things, as I've already talked about. But as we navigate through life and through all these different situations, we need to know that we still have what it takes to be able to break out that cycle. And understanding that even though this may have an attachment to us, we have the absolute power to detach that from us and unlock our true potential. And in other words, it's not about whose deck of cards is bigger, but how you play that deck you're dealt. Now, the question of the matter becomes, Malik, how do we even make this happen? What are you talking about? Let me tell you, this will not be an easy task to complete. I do believe the first step is speaking about what you are aspiring for to exist. Knowing your true intent and understanding behind the challenges you have and your willingness to confront them. The second step is your work and effort. Words can only do and mean so much as we know in our lives, but the action behind those words is what makes them relevant and justifiable, right? The third step is consistency in the progress we make. Making sure it's not just a one-time commitment, no, but a daily commitment that will expand our vision. And the fourth step is our best friend. That's discipline and staying focused on the goals and visions we have for our dreams. Us being able to make the necessary changes and sacrifices that it takes to navigate closer to our achievement and the achievement we want. So no matter how you look at it, components like these and similar are foundational when it comes down to us creating the dreams that we have for ourselves. Now, a big myth with this is the matter of age. I can't express this enough, and if you guys want to, just go ahead and you can repeat it after me. Dreams do not come with an expiration date. They do not at all. Dreams and aspirations do not come with an expiration date, but are timeless echoes of desires. Think about it. The success of your life don't just come from our youth, but a span of chapters throughout our lifetime. So I like to think about it just like a book. Whether you're in the early chapters of your story or exploring the possibilities in later ones, the narrator to decide what happens next is you, all of you. So no matter what could have been a roadblock before or a barricade before, it is never too late to rewrite the script of our lives. And now, as much of an individualized matter as this may seem, that is also not true. It's not just about personal satisfaction or achieving our individual goals. It's about the legacy that we leave behind us. As a first-generation college student, I am leaving an impact on my family that is undeniable. I'm going to be the first to obtain a degree and be able to show my niece, nephews, and others who look just like me that there is another way. There is a way that sometimes, unfortunately, we don't get the chance to see. Some of us do, that's great, but just think about it. If you were in a situation like that where you just couldn't get that, and all you have to do is just go ahead and deal with the same trajectory. So, the more I work on my dreams and aspirations and I work towards that, the more I can show to the generation that lives under me. Therefore, by deciding to dream big, we are infusing our legacy to strive and lead by the examples we set. So I just talked a lot about what it is I want you all to look at. So let me have you kind of get a nice glimpse of my dreams and aspirations. What exactly do I want? What are my dreams and aspirations? I want to be a millionaire. I want to be able to make sure I give back to the people who gave it all to me to be here right now. I want to be able to make my mom and dad proud. They're somewhere out there, I can't see them, but I love y'all. I want to be able to turn into that diamond that pressure seems to always create. I want to be able to make everybody who ever believed in me, or whoever probably lost faith in me, know that they made the right choices by sticking beside me. And if they did not have that inside of me, if they did not want to be able to keep that going, I want to show them that they were wrong. I want to be able to let any little boy or little girl know that everything is going to be fine. All they must do is continue to work, keep their heads up high, watch the blessings that they have and the blessings that they will receive coming from their work. I want to be able to help the younger version of Malik know that he will end up fitting the shoes he never thought he could wear. I want to be able to show that younger version of Malik that he is slowly making all of his dreams his reality. So, dreaming big and embracing your vision in a content society is vital. We have to be ourselves unapologetically, knowing that our visions have the power to shape not only just our destinies, but the ones who come after us. So after this speech, I really want you all to take a second to think about this. I'm giving you a challenge. I challenge you to embrace that daring vision you have for your life. Embrace whatever you thought would not be possible. Remember, like we talked about, speak it into existence, give action towards it, create consistency around that, and discipline yourself within. May your dreams continue to light a future filled with limitless possibilities. My name is Malik Jarrell-Miller once again, and I absolutely appreciate you all for listening to me today, so thank you.
Hear that response? You killed it.
Oh, thank you.
You're a humble king, I can tell.
Well.
You killed it. Did you hear that? You got a scream. Some people were crying back there. I know you can't see that. He made people cry. How cool is that?
Really cool.
Really cool.
Yeah.
Tell everybody how old you are, because this might shock you as well for those of you who don't know you.
I am 19 years old. Yeah.
What?
Yeah.
How do you feel?
I feel great. I feel great knowing the fact that, my true intent behind all this was just to be able to spark a passion back in people. I know there's so much people who are already so accomplished, and congratulations to all of you. I heard some lawyers, I heard all these nice things out here, but seriously, just whatever else you want, even besides that, go ahead and push for it. And I'm just hoping that, I feel like I finally got something I wanted to get out of my chest, and I just put it into you all, so I'm so happy about that.
You did such a great job. Another round of applause, please, for Malik. Nice, nice, nice. Awesome job.
That really was fantastic. I feel inspired, personally. Now we're going to transition. This is kind of an awkward transition, but it's an important transition to make because now we're in our final speaker of the third session today. And this is going to be an alarming statistic I'm going to bring up to you first. It's not really a statistic, more just a statement. We incarcerate more people in the United States than any other country in the world. And this next speaker says that we can change that narrative by shifting our approach from catching people failing to trying to help them improve and actually help them win. Okay, so we're going to welcome Brian Lovins to the stage as he presents his talk, Referee versus Coach, How Might Taking a Different Approach Can Change Our Criminal Justice System. Please welcome Brian Lovins.
Nearly 1 out of 100 people in the United States are in prison at any given time. 2 out of 100 adults are under some form of correctional supervision. For men, it's 4 out of 100. For black men, 5 out of 100. And for black men without a high school diploma, 66 out of 100 will be in some action or some connection to the criminal justice system by the age of 30. We have witnessed a massive 500% increase in the correctional population over the last 50 years in this country. For a country that prides itself on freedom, we lock more of our own citizens up than any other country in the world. Our country is enthralled with punishment. We believe if we lock people up quicker, more consistently, and for longer periods of time, our communities will become safer. Unfortunately, the evidence just doesn't support this. Research is actually pretty clear. Punishment-based strategies show no reduction in people returning to crime. Let me give you an example of how that might work. How many of you speak French fluently? I'm going to give you until the end of this presentation, so you have a few minutes. And if you're speaking French fluently, by the end of this, you get to stay. And if you're not, you're going to jail. And you're spending the night in jail, 1 day. And at the end of that 1 day, if you're not speaking French fluently, we'll give you 2 days, then 4 days, then 8 days, and 16 days. Because in our country, we believe if we just punish you harder, you'll eventually do what we want you to do. You will comply. But the truth is, you go to jail, you don't learn French. You learn all sorts of other shit, but not French. Right? And so what if you weren't motivated to speak French? What if you couldn't? What if we didn't have French teachers in jail? How much punishment would I have to give you to be able to successfully speak French to avoid the consequence? In a recent poll, 72% of our country believes the criminal justice system is failing. Nearly half or over half of them believe it's not tough enough, while 14% believe that it's too tough. But what if eliminating crime has nothing to do with how tough we are on crime or the people who commit it? What if we actually are looking at the wrong metric to solve the problem? I'm going to ask you to suspend what you know about the criminal justice system for a few minutes and go on a journey with me. A journey with me on how the criminal justice system works and what we could do to significantly improve the outcomes for people. But first, I want to introduce you to Alex. Alex is at 20 years old. He was sentenced to probation for stealing a car. He was caught in a cycle of poverty and addicted to drugs. Alex found himself unemployed, serious substance use issue, and houseless. With limited resources, he routinely hung out at the local gas station asking people for money. One night, a particularly cold evening in November, Alex decided, I better take a car tonight or I might freeze. And so a car pulls in, waited for them, pulled in, pumped gas, and that person unexpectedly walks into the store to pay for some food or some chips, and Alex jumps in the car and takes off. His plan was to use the car to get warm and have one night of peaceful sleep. Unfortunately for Alex, he was picked up within the hour and taken to jail. And from there, he was shuffled back, arraigned, remained in jail, ordered to pay $25,000 bond. Alex doesn't have any money, he has no place to live, but somehow he was going to afford $25,000 or 10% of that to be released from jail. So instead he sat there, shuffled back and forth from jail to court, court to jail, jail to court, meeting eventually with his public defender, who didn't remember even his name. He was caught up in the cycle of the criminal justice system, and there was no off-ramp. He realized that he was on a conveyor belt and was just being shuffled along. Alex was eventually ordered to probation. While on probation, he was required to follow 37 conditions of supervision. His probation officer, while Alex was excited to have him to help him figure out how to move forward in his life, his probation officer actually explained to him on day one that his job was to enforce the 37 conditions and report any violation back to the court. To Alex, some of them made sense, right? So some of them were, get a substance use issue or go to substance abuse treatment, stop using drugs, get a house, have stable housing or stable employment. But some of them missed the mark to Alex. He didn't understand. Complete 160 hours of community service. So Alex is thinking to himself, I don't have a job, now I got to work for free? I got to do 4 weeks of labor for free to be on supervision, and I have to pay $85 a month for someone to watch me? Didn't make a whole lot of sense. He wasn't allowed to leave the invisible county line without his PO written permission. If he went across it to go to work or to treatment, it was a violation of his conditions of supervision and could end up in jail or prison for that. He was ordered to tell the truth. That was one of his conditions, was to tell the truth. If he lied to his PO, he was facing a probation violation and again could end up in prison. My family's here. If that was true, and it was, imagine that, like I would be in prison or probation all the time for lying. My 17-year-old, his ass would be up the street. After the initial meeting with his PO, it became really clear to Alex. Probation was built with tripwires to catch him failing instead of stairs for success. Alex's story is just one of many that shed the light on our criminal justice system and the flaws of it. But this isn't just about a single person. It's about a systemic failure that demands our attention and our expertise. It demands our time and thinking about how we reflect on the system and improve it for the people who move through it. We need to create a system that holds people accountable, but still provides them with the support and opportunities needed to reintegrate into society and break the cycle of incarceration. For more than 30 years, I've watched the people who work in the system get chewed up and eaten up. We have amazing people who work in it who just want to help people be successful. And they end up getting caught in the system of refereeing or the system of failing folks, and then simultaneously failing thousands or hundreds of thousands of people who move through our system who are just trying to follow the rules. We need to do better. So you can see why our criminal justice system feels broken. The system catches people failing or catches people who are struggling, puts them in a system, gives them a set of rules, watches them, blows the whistle when they fail, and gives them a penalty. Unfortunately, over the past 30 years, I've come to realize that our system actually isn't broken. It is designed to get exactly what it gets. It has been built on a flawed system of what we call refereeing. Refereeing, think about what a referee does. I want you to think about a football game briefly, and some of you may not be familiar with football, that's okay. Referees work for the league. They stand on the sideline watching the game sort of evolve, watching for people failing, catching them, breaking the rules, blowing a whistle, and moving forward or throwing a flag and giving a penalty. Referees work for the league. They don't favor any one team. They're trained to remain impartial They're designed to have no win or loss, no investment in the outcome. They don't have a win-loss record unless you're a Bengals fan and you know that they cost them the Super Bowl. Right? In fact, if they affect the outcome of the game, we actually believe that that referee is not doing their job. They're not professional because they're impartial or they're not impartial. So let's check back with Alex. When Alex was arrested, he was unemployed, unhoused, and had a significant substance use problem. And instead of giving him a referee or giving him a person who's there to help him win, we give him a referee and 37 rules to follow. They watch him, catch him, and incarcerate him or violate him or punish him if he doesn't do what he's supposed to do. Look, don't get me wrong. We need referees. We need someone to enforce rules, monitor behavior, and issue penalties. If we didn't have referees, we'd be playing golf. Right? And so referees have no role in helping, building, or motivating players to improve. If someone sits down on the field, a referee just kicks them out of the game. If they quit playing, the referee doesn't care. And so the job of a referee is to ultimately control the game. Unfortunately, that's exactly how our correction system is designed. We've placed referees at every stage of the correction system. Probation officers, correction officers, parole officers, all of them are asked or tasked to do the same thing. Monitor behavior, catch people failing. When someone is caught failing, the corrections officer is just doing their job. They're just reflecting what they see. Just like a referee in a football game, if someone's committing a penalty, they don't show them how to do it better. They blow a whistle, they issue a penalty, and they say, play on. When Alex called his probation officer and was going to tell him or told him that he was going to be late to his next appointment, his probation officer looked up the rule in the book and said, if you miss your appointment, 3 hours of community service, more free labor. When he couldn't get to treatment, his officer sent him to jail for 3 days. And ultimately, when he couldn't stop using drugs in a 3-month period of time, 6 positive UAs in 3 months, they sent him to prison. Remember when we said the system is designed to get exactly the way it gets or the things it gets? Well, that's what we're talking about. Alex gets put on probation for stealing a car. We find out he's unemployed, unhoused, with a serious substance use issue. And instead of giving him a coach, we arrest him for being unhoused, have a serious substance use issue, and unemployed. He's sent to prison because he was unable to live within the rules of probation immediately. We barely gave him enough time. So Alex goes to prison for 18 months. He's placed in a dormitory settings, required to work for 68 cents an hour. He's placed on 19 months of supervision, he's placed on a wait list for 19 months. Remember, his sentence is only 18, so he gets out with $264 in his pocket, still homeless, unemployed, with a serious substance use issue. This is why 70% of people who go to prison leave and get rearrested within 5 years of release. So what's the solution? We give people referees when they actually need a coach. A coach's role is uniquely different than a referee. Where the referee has a rule book, the coach has a playbook. Where the referee has impartiality, the coach has a coaching connection. Where the referee has procedural justice, a coach creates an individualized plan based on the skills, potential of the player, and challenges in front of them. A coach's role is to guide, support, encourage, motivate, and teach. They take kids who are struggling and never played the game and teach them to play. They take kids with raw talent and help them win. They support players who are struggling and help them find their way. They pick them up after a loss and they celebrate the wins. Coaches inspire. They build connections. They create game plans. They hold players accountable. By the way, what do we call a coach that doesn't hold someone accountable? A Dallas Cowboys coach. No, just kidding, an ex-coach for the Cowboy fans here, right? An ex-coach. They get fired if they don't hold people accountable. So imagine instead of giving Alex a probation referee or a probation officer, we would have given him a probation coach. The first thing Alex's coach is going to do is build a coaching connection. They're going to build trust and rapport. They're here to help, instead of saying they're here to help enforce the rules, they're going to tell Alex, I'm here to help you live within them. A significantly different shift. It's we versus us versus them. The coaching connection is vital for the success of a player. For any change to happen, we must have a good relationship with that person. We must create a connection. Alex must trust the coach that cares about him. So next, the coach is here to know how to win, help him win. For Alex, that means his coach would assess his potential, understanding his strengths and identifying the barriers or the challenges in front of him. Alex was using drugs for 7 years. He was houseless and unemployed, but he also found a way to graduate high school. And he has a friend who lets him hang out on the couch or couch surf for a while. They know when to put their arm around a player and help him through a struggle, and they know when to pull him out of the game. When Alex began to struggle, the probation referee had one course of action: send him to prison. The penalty for missing an office visit, remaining unemployed for 3 months, and testing positive 6 times, prison. The probation referee was just doing their job. But the probation coach's job is different. Find a way to help Alex win. For our criminal justice system to be effective in the ways we respond to crime, we have to fully reimagine the way it operates. Instead of employing a set of people in uniforms with rule books, we may want to think about hiring coaches with clipboards and game plans. I've been a coach for 30 years. I've coached youth sports. I've coached people who have moved through our criminal justice system and those that work with it and around it. To be successful, I've adopted my own coaching philosophy. I believe that individuals can learn and grow. Second, I need to continuously develop a playbook designed to help them win. I have to recognize, to have the greatest impact, I got to notice or understand that people we work with are human beings with strengths, barriers, needs, living within systems and cultures who are trying their best. Focusing on progress and not perfection is how we grow. And remembering people, as we invest in time and resources, we must invest in them. And I have to connect to what I do, or connect what I do to purpose. Ultimately, for our criminal justice system to reach its full potential, we must employ coaches to help people win, not referees to catch them failing.
Well done, Brian. You happy it's over? Were you nervous coming in, or?
I'm excited. I think it's a really cool opportunity to talk to folks who are interested in reframing society, and I know that our criminal justice system is one place that we really need a lot of help.
Yeah. Talk to me a little bit. You mentioned you were a coach. You've been a coach for over 30 years. Specifically, like, what kind of coach have you been for this?
Yeah, so I've coached baseball, I've volleyball, soccer, mostly baseball. So that's sort of where my interest lies these days, is coaching baseball.
Nice. You talked about the how our criminal justice system works. Talked about the when, the who's, everything except this one. At least, correct me if I'm wrong. Why do you think the criminal justice system was originated in the structure that we see it playing out as today?
One, our law schools teach deterrence only, so we teach if we give consequences to people, they'll weigh the pros and cons, and a lot of times they misunderstand how that works in the real world. Two, we were designed as a racist system, designed and created to hold folks back. If you look at the Bill of Rights, you look at Amendment 13, we got rid of slavery except for in prisons, and we allowed prisons to continue to make people do work without pay. And that still succeeds to today. So even today, most every state doesn't pay a livable wage to the people who are incarcerated. Wow, they're doing a really important job. And so we have an entire system that's banked on all of those things, meshed with this desire to stop people from committing crime and thinking that we have to get tough on it for it to change.
I mean, that's one heck of an answer, isn't it? I mean, yeah. So please give Brian one more round of applause. An important thing to talk about. Thank you for sharing that with us today. Yeah, I mean, that was a fantastic answer. So that concludes our third session of the day. We're going to take a little bit of a break, and then at 3:30, we're going to begin our fourth session. The organizers asked that the audience step out into the hallways, go stretch your legs, maybe go take a nice walk out if it's not too cold. I don't know how cold it is today, but
A little cold out there.
it might be a little bit chilly, so grab the jacket. But don't go too far, because like I said, 3:30, we'll be back here, and we'll be ready for another fantastic set of speakers.
Thanks for joining us, guys, and thanks everybody for giving your TED Talks today. See you soon. All right, welcome, welcome, everybody. How you feeling? That was kind of lame. Can we try a little harder, please? How we feeling?
There we go.
Yes, that's what we like to see. Thank you guys so much for joining us today. This is the Take Action section. We got to remind you guys of some of the amenities that we've got offered for you today for after the event. Outside Falcon Outfitters, which is on the first floor there, we're going to have an artist who is graphically recording the talks today. Then on the second floor, we've got artists and performers for the next hour. I don't know if you saw the person on stilts or the guy juggling bowling pins. That's going on until about 4:30 or so. There's also a community hub presented by Life Design and a networking lounge hosted by the Calen Hub, where you can meet with your favorite speakers afterwards. We're very excited.
Yeah, but I think we need to just get started. By the way, I saw this big crowd walk in just at the end. Welcome, everybody back there. But let's get started here, okay? This is session 4, okay? And we're talking about taking action, okay? And so Merriam-Webster defines taking action as to act in order to get a particular result. In our case, that result is going to be for the public good. So these next speakers aren't just going to be talking, they're going to be urging you all to act upon their words because the public needs our help. So we will begin our 4th session with a discussion about a problem often overlooked. This speaker says the school system continues to fail deaf students with some alarming statistics and a path forward. Please join me in welcoming Madisyn Beare to the stage as she presents her talk on Same Classroom, Different Experiences, How Deaf Students Are Being Left Behind. Please welcome Madisyn Beare.
Oh, do you not understand? Okay, I guess I'll translate. I introduced myself. My name is Madisyn Beare, and I asked who here knows ASL. I also asked who here is hearing and why no one was replying to me. I'd like to begin with a thought experiment. The script is flipped. Most of the population is deaf and communicates with sign language. You bump into a stranger while in line at the bank or the store, and they try to chat with you. You stop them and say that you don't understand because you don't know sign language. Instead of them communicating with you in a different way, by maybe writing their message down or typing it in their phone, they use bigger signs and they begin to get annoyed. Not only do you still not understand, but now this stranger appears to be getting aggressive with you. No one stops to help you, and no one around you speaks. When discussing the setbacks and obstacles that the deaf community faces, I've heard a lot of hearing people bring up hearing aids and cochlear implants. They say something along the lines of, why don't deaf people just use hearing aids to fix their hearing? Or why not just give a deaf kid a cochlear? These solutions aren't so simple. Johns Hopkins Medicine explains that hearing aids don't create hearing. They work by amplifying sound to accommodate the level of hearing that a person already has. They're only effective with mild to moderate hearing loss, or loss of about 26 to 70 decibels, the Reisberg Institute states. Any more than that, and a cochlear is needed. And while cochlears are a lot more technologically advanced, actually producing hearing by sending sound signals to an entirely different part of the auditory nerve, they have many drawbacks. They're expensive, invasive, and they have no guarantee of usability. Additionally, they are controversial in the deaf community. Some see these devices as assistive, giving them more opportunities in a society that won't accommodate them otherwise. Others feel that cochlears take away from their deaf identities. They're seen as devices created by hearing people for deaf people to spend upwards of $50,000 on to accommodate themselves in a society that won't do the work to include them. Our thought experiment at the beginning is the life of a deaf person. Did you know that according to Caselli and colleagues, over 90% of deaf children are born to hearing parents? That is 10 out of 11 of these paint tubes on my table. Of these children, 7 in 10 have parents who do not and will not learn sign language in order to communicate with them. Of these 11 deaf children, only 4 of them will be able to communicate in sign language with a parent. A lot of people believe that signing to deaf babies hinders development, and in reality, this couldn't be further from the truth. The only difference between hearing and deaf babies is their level of auditory input. This is how we as hearing people learn language. After all, English is a verbal and auditory language. Deaf babies don't receive the same level of auditory input. So if they don't learn some form of sign language, they're deprived of language input. And this is where the setback in development comes from. Language exposure leads to proper cognitive development, which sets a child up for success or failure in their academic career, their social relationships, and even their sense of self. With sign language, these deficits don't exist. And it's important to understand that ASL is a language. It's not just a way to communicate in English with your hands. It has its own facial expressions, grammar structure, syntax, coordinated movements, everything that a spoken language has, except for spoken sound. When we talk about educational outcomes, deaf and hard of hearing students are consistently left behind compared to hearing students. Now, I say left behind rather than fall behind because the latter puts blame on deaf students. In reality, our education system is not equipped to properly teach deaf students. As a result, these students have lower rates of graduation, of reading comprehension and literacy skills, and even attainment of a secondary education. Coffin found in 2004 that nearly half of all deaf students were at a 4th grade reading level at the time of their high school graduation. It's unintellectual to assume that deaf and hard of hearing students are worse at school due to some genetic component. So let's entertain an alternative explanation that I hear often from hearing people, that deaf and hard of hearing students don't try as hard as hearing students. According to the National Deaf Children's Society, 68% of teachers are not confident in their abilities to teach deaf students. But 37% aren't even receiving support and information from professionals who are trained and qualified to teach deaf students. And while interpreters are legally required to be provided for deaf students in hearing public education, there are a few bad apples in the bunch. The documentary Autism Unveiled, in which autism essentially means discrimination on the basis of deaf identity and hearing status, features individuals whose interpreters would either not interpret even half of the course material, or who would immediately answer questions asked by the teacher for the student. This effectively puts words into the mouths of students who are fully capable of speaking for themselves. It's abusing the knowledge of a student's disability. Schick and colleagues found that about 60% of interpreters are not taught fully adequate skills for interpreting all of the educational material of a classroom. Evidence suggests that students who are learning through the use of an interpreter have a harder time learning due to the third-party channel that the information is coming from. The bottom line is not that deaf and hard of hearing students don't try as hard as hearing students. It's that the education system does not try as hard for them. Essentially, due to the lack of resources that schools provide for teachers, interpreters, and students, deaf students do not have the same level of access to course material as their hearing peers. As unfortunate as this reality is, it should come as little surprise. In 1880, ASL was banned from schools due to the belief that it hindered development, and this ban was only governmentally rectified at the end of the 20th century. There was the belief that ASL hindered development and that deaf students would be punished for using ASL in schools. They would be hit on the hands with rulers, some were forced to balance heavy textbooks until they physically couldn't anymore, and some were just sent home, further limiting their access to course material. It's not just that deaf students have less access to course material than their peers. I'm a college student, and if those of you in the audience are not college students or faculty members, I'm sure you at least remember one time when you had to go to your teacher or your professor outside of class because you could not understand a concept. You could have a conversation, and the instructor could explain the concept a little more clearly, And you could walk away knowing you had a better understanding. Not all deaf students have this ability. Interpreters are often hired by the hour, so what happens when a deaf student needs help but doesn't have access to an interpreter? What happens when a teacher or an instructor has implicit biases against deaf individuals and doesn't spend the adequate time needed for the student to understand? Autism Unveiled features a woman who struggled with barely passing grades on her English papers. She went to her teacher and asked how she could develop her writing skills, and her teacher responded with pessimism. Her teacher told her that English was too difficult of a language for her to learn, and she didn't have enough time to teach her. What if the deaf student needs tutoring? These are outlets that are essentially barred from deaf students because, once again, our hearing society does not equip itself properly to integrate deaf needs. Think about the most difficult course you have ever taken, maybe calculus or physics or chemistry. Imagine that you sit all the way at the back of the classroom and you can't hear a single word that your instructor is saying, but your friend beside you can. The entire class period is spent with your friend reiterating the concepts to you. That sounds like the most confusing way to learn, right? I wish I could end this speech with solutions that I believed would work perfectly to fix the way that the US education system consistently fails deaf students. Sure, there are options. Deaf residential schools are education institutions taught by deaf teachers for deaf students through the use of ASL. Mainstreaming is placing a student into hearing public education. They therefore learn through the use of an interpreter or some form of assisted hearing. This is the most common educational route. Finally, self-contained deaf education classrooms are classrooms within a hearing public school with a few deaf students and a teacher of the deaf who teaches for most of the day. These solutions are not without their drawbacks, though. Residential schools are often far away from students' families, and it's quite common for education institutions like universities to not fully accept the credits obtained at these institutions as adequate. Mainstreaming singles out deaf students, and this is where we see the deficits that I discussed earlier. Finally, self-contained deaf education classrooms have similar drawbacks to mainstreaming, with the addition that deaf students don't always learn the same material as their peers. It's clear that we need reform. We need to provide more teachers with resources to properly educate deaf students. We need to teach more interpreters proper skills for interpreting all of the educational material of a classroom. We need to make it more widely known that the US education system is failing a majority of deaf students. No solution will come about overnight, and no solution will be perfect. But we need change, and that has to start here with all of us. Thank you.
How you doing?
Good. So nervous.
Yeah, well, first of all, could anybody tell that Madisyn was nervous after giving that speech? Be honest. I mean, no. I thought you handled yourself completely fine. I mean, she was nervous backstage, but no, you did fantastic.
Thank
and
you.
I think it'd be important to tell everybody, how old are you?
I'm 20.
20 years old, coming out here. I don't care what age you are, quite frankly, but to be 20 years old, to come out here and give a TED Talk in front of everybody in such a well-educated perspective on such an important issue, I think is admirable. I think give her another round of applause.
Thank you. Thank you.
So I want to ask you, being still in college here at BG, why is this the topic that you chose to talk about? Why is ASL something that you're so passionate about?
Yeah, I am the president of ASL Club here at BG, and I believe that this is just an important topic that people just don't talk about. When the ADA first came out, which is the Americans with Disabilities Act, there were about 38 clauses that followed when it first came out, and none of them included deaf people. Of course, now it does include deaf people, but deaf people are just consistently left out of these conversations that have to do with disability, and that's a problem.
Well, How about you, pointing that out and making it your life's passion to make sure that those people are recognized and given their proper respect and acknowledgement. So one more round of applause, please. Madisyn Beare, kicking us off, session 4.
Thank you.
Can we get a woot woot for our table movers, please? Not an easy job, folks. Often overlooked, even. Will they make it down the stairs? Yes, they will.
Coming in to help.
We made it down the stairs, folks. Anybody place any bets on that? No? All right. I'll stop talking. Okay, moving on. Speaking of taking action, that's the section we're in, right? This next talk has a title that packs a punch, so I'll let it speak for itself. Here's Calen Gray with Delete Parking Lots. Save time, lives, and money. Give it up, please.
By a raise of hands, how many people own a vehicle? Yeah, a lot of people. About 92% of households in the United States own a vehicle. Cars that we have to clean, maintain, and buy insurance, gas, and registration for. And additional studies by AAA show that this amounts to the average household spending over $1,000 a month on vehicles. And the craziest part of all of this lifestyle we've been so accustomed to, is that these cars are actually only being driven about 5% of their lifetimes. The other 95% spent sitting in a parking lot or a garage. Nearly $1,000 a month being spent on 5% of the value doesn't make sense. But truthfully, I don't think I'm the only person in this room who understands that there are more problems with our cars, problems that we often don't even take the time to stop and think about. The US is home to over 2 billion parking spaces, according to CNN, which take up more land than 2.6 million football fields. And the worst part of that is that Vox believes that no more than 25% of those spots are ever occupied at any given time. On average, for cities with 1 million people, about 22% of that land is being used for parking. Las Vegas uses 32% of their land. Houston, 26%, and Toledo, 27%. Imagine the potential for parks, schools, and other uses in place of these mostly vacant lots. You know, we don't stop to think about it much, but parking lots really have taken over our cities. Now, believe it or not, the US is actually in a state of crisis from cars. In 2022, the US Department of Transportation reported 43,000 deaths from traffic accidents. So we know the problem is bad, but the numbers aren't improving. In 2013, the number of traffic fatalities was around 33,000, meaning deaths on the road have actually increased. And it's important to note that this isn't due to there being more vehicles on the road, as the number of traffic fatalities per 100 million miles has also increased. And the most difficult part to realize is that most of these accidents are preventable. Intoxication, failure to yield, distracted driving are among the top causes of these accidents. Now, there are safer, cheaper, and more environmentally friendly ways to move, of course. Public transportation is great. You can move large groups of people using a lot less energy. It's also very cheap, with users reporting spending less than $700 a year on it, much less than the alternative that we have now. But many people live in rural locations or their time requirements just don't align with that of their local public transportation. So this is a pretty big problem, and it's not one that's small to solve. But solving it would vastly reduce the number of privately owned vehicles. So I just gave you a long list of reasons of why cars are wasteful dangerous, and a financial liability. But we need cars. We need to get from point A to point B. So how do we fix it? It's not exactly easy for us as individuals right now. It's not feasible for most of us to sell our cars in hopes of solving this problem, because this is a problem that requires a solution at scale. And so my goal today is less to present to you a totally new idea, and instead to describe to you what I think the future of transportation will look like if we do things right. Thankfully, we live in a time where countless technologies are evolving in a way that rapidly brings about some really interesting solutions to this problem. So, I'm going to give you my solution. Flying cars. No, not really. But that's what we were sold, right? Growing up and watching TV, there was always the flying car, and people believed that that was it. This was going to be how transportation would change. But really, not a lot has changed about the way we move. Sure, cars in and of themselves have gotten cheaper, more comfortable, and safer, but the way in which we commute is much indifferent. And as we continue to put more vehicles on the road, these problems I've mentioned are only going to become more problematic. Thankfully, I believe that by 2040, this will, or at least should, be solved. And the reason for that is that we've started to see the industry make this shift in the last 5 years. And you've probably actually seen pieces and parts of it without even noticing what's going on. So, let's explore this next generation of transportation as I see it. It's called AMOD, AMOD, or Autonomous Mobility on Demand. And this is a future where autonomous vehicles drive you from point A to point B all the time. It's likely that few households would actually own vehicles, especially in urban areas. Deaths from auto collisions could be far lower, and you would save lots of money on all the car expenses. Think of it as something similar to Uber or Lyft, but with a self-driving car. And it could be a monthly subscription. And right now, many households actually own multiple types of vehicles for different types of moves. If you're moving a lot of people, you get an SUV, a truck to move big stuff, and a sedan as a daily driver. So with this new type of service, you could summon whatever type of vehicle you want at any time, right to you. You hop in and you go where you need. You need to go to Walmart, you could summon an SUV. Just going to town, a sedan will do just fine. But if you're going to Home Depot, maybe a truck's the best option. So let's go back to parking lots quick. We all deal with them. Think about how many parking lots we can repurpose. If everyone in your office doesn't need a vehicle sitting there waiting for your 8-hour shift to be done, those vehicles can be out providing reliable transportation to people who need it. Consecutively, if vehicular autonomy continues on the trend toward greater safety as it is now, then this also becomes the safest option. You don't need to pay for gas as well, insurance, or all those expenses you have to worry about now. Just a small monthly payment that covers everything. And while this is a really interesting solution, it's also a really hard one. And to achieve this, we have 3 major bottlenecks that we have to pass. First, we need electric vehicles. Like them or not, they are here to stay. Consumer demand is only increasing, and the cost to manufacture them is dropping very quickly as established automakers and startups alike continue to invest large sums of money in the field. Every major automaker has now committed to transitioning at least a portion, if not all of their vehicle lineups to electric in the near future, giving hopes of a more sustainable way of transportation. EVs are far more reliable and use far less parts, making the manufacturing and operation and maintenance easier for everyone. And this is the first major component in this shift. But what I think is more interesting is what's been happening in parallel. So you see it more and more. The automakers are building and testing autonomous systems. Tesla, again, has been at the forefront of this, at least publicly, with automakers such as General Motors and Ford following very closely behind. Waymo, who is owned by Google's parent company, is already offering autonomous rides in parts of California and Arizona. Vehicles can be summoned 24/7 from an app on your phone, and they'll come pick you up and take you right where you need to go. In an independent study, Waymo's autonomous vehicles were found to achieve an 85% reduction in vehicle injuries. Imagine how future innovation and technologies can make this even more safe. Similar to this, Tesla's full self-driving beta system is capable of navigating new routes, and it can stop at stop signs, yield to pedestrians, and change lanes. Now, currently, many of these features are just driver assistance or highly limited, but we are moving in the right direction. Solving autonomy is not only the most important component of this shift, but it's also likely the most difficult. It's going to take years of trial and error, but it will set the tone for the future of transportation. Finally, the third piece of the puzzle, infrastructure. And this is an aspect that tends to get overlooked despite how crucial it really is to this shift. Our current vehicle infrastructure is built on gas vehicles and maintenance shops that are built to deal with internal combustion engine vehicles. And the US, on average, currently has 104 gas pumps per 1,000 miles and only 22 charging ports. In 9 US states, however, believe it or not, there's actually more charging ports than gas stations already. Kelley Blue Book estimates that the average person with a vehicle is driving about 37 miles a day. And while this population doesn't need a massive chain of charging stations, there's a lot of routes that do. Investment in charging infrastructure has been widespread, coming from both the public and the private sector. The bipartisan infrastructure bill recently included $7.5 billion to add 500,000 new charging stations by 2030. They also created new tax credits to make it more affordable for both businesses and individuals alike to install chargers. Now, something I hear mentioned a lot when discussing electric vehicles is the energy sourcing. Well, you have an electric vehicle, but all that electricity is coming from burning fossil fuels, so you're not actually doing anything. And while it's true, 80% of our nation's grid is completely powered off of fossil fuels, an electric vehicle that's still powered off fossil fuel produced energy is actually still cleaner than gas vehicles today. So, and that's when considering the total emissions from manufacturing, battery production, fuel transportation, and recycling. So, what about jobs? This is something that's mentioned a lot when you hear AI and robots. Many people are quick to worry about job displacement. And that's true. Jobs will displace. Careers will shift, and for self-driving cars, this will be no different. But new jobs will be created in return. You see, to have a network of self-driving cars in an area, you need a hub, a place to go and be charged, cleaned, and maintained every night. And I think that these are the roles that car dealerships will take on in the future. And what's important to note is that I think humans will be doing a lot of these jobs for a very long time. Each hub will need human operators to handle adverse situations, and factories will build these cars, and engineers will create them. And so while some change will happen, as does with any technological innovation, we will learn to adapt. So, this all sounds great, but when can I forget about walking across the parking lot in the blistering cold? It's a hard question to answer, but truthfully, I think within the next 15 to 20 years, we will see this really start to take shape. We have all of the technology, but it just needs time to mature and improve. And a change this drastic will always take time. Entire business models will shift, new businesses will start, and others will go out of business. I think by the end of it, though, we'll all be a little bit more comfortable, more on time, safer, and have a little extra money. Thank you.
All right, you're smiling. That's a good sign. How do you feel?
I feel great.
So, unless I missed something, what is your connection to this, to the auto industry? Why is this your topic today?
So I'm a systems engineering student here at Bowling Green, but this is something I've always seen as interesting. You know, we always had cars growing up, and then all of a sudden you started to see these companies testing some new technology, and all of a sudden you can have a car that drives itself. I was just in a Tesla 2 weeks ago, and it took me on and off the highway, brought us right back to the Tesla stop, and I didn't have to do anything. It was amazing. And so if that's how it is today, I can only imagine how that's going to be in 10, 15 years.
Absolutely, a glimpse into the future, right?
Of course.
Thank you so much, Calen. Round of applause,
Thank you very
please. He
much.
did a great job.
Thank you.
All right, as everybody expects now, we're going to transition from talking about cars, and now we're going to start talking about your teeth. Okay. Did you know that our teeth have the power to impact all of our entire body? This next speaker wants to talk about this often unspoken function of your pearly whites and the importance of going to the dentist, the place that we always dread, seemingly. But our next speaker is ready to talk about this because she is literally an expert in what is the pearly white. So please welcome Dr. Jiyoung with her talk, "The Teeth Are a Gateway to Your Well-Being." Please welcome Dr. Jung.
I am speaking the most widely spoken language in the world, broken English. I'm a first-generation immigrant from South Korea. Learning a different language and culture was definitely a challenge. When my daughter was invited to the preschool birthday party, I spotted the yummy birthday cake. I wanted it badly, so I waited for the right moment. Finally, the host asked me, "Would you like to have a piece of cake?" I say, "No, I'm okay." In my culture, you are not supposed to say yes right away. First say no, then someone will insist. Then you can say, okay, if you insist. But this host never asked me again. So I quickly learned I will never say no when Americans offer the food. When my daughter went to the first grade, I started ESL at the age of 30. After that, I started taking several classes in community college. The first day of the class, the professor started to talk about Adam. I know the story of Adam and Eve from creation in the Bible. It was odd because professors do not normally talk about religion in the class. Oh, well, he might be a Christian, tried to bring some perspectives. A few days later, I received my biology textbook. First chapter was talking about atoms, ATOMS. It is still a miracle. I graduated with the biology honors and got into dental school at age of 40. While I was in dental school, I needed braces due to the overcrowding and misalignment of my teeth. Since my small jaw did not have enough space for all my teeth, several teeth were removed, just as any conventional dentist would have done. Few years later, I suddenly started having a dry cough that continued for over a year. I saw doctors and specialists, and my medication list got longer. Symptoms got worse. Every cough was so painful. Once, in the middle of the night, I could not breathe and went to ER. They did a lot of tests throughout the night. ER doctor said to me, "By the way, one of your ribs was broken." I had coughed so hard, I had broken a rib. With another referral, I was diagnosed with cough variant asthma. I was prescribed more medications. However, I started to have an upper respiratory tract infection every 2 months. Another rounds of steroid and antibiotics. I also developed allergies and skin rashes. I finally said, that's it. I decided to look for alternatives. I already have a relatively healthy lifestyle, but I practice even more healthier diet and exercise. My favorite exercise is hot yoga. One day, my yoga teacher recommended a book called Breath by James Nestor. I learned to connect the dots from underdeveloped jaws and obstructive airways to various human diseases like asthma, COPD, high blood pressure, hormonal imbalance, mental illness, and even cancer. Most modern people have underdeveloped jaw due to a modernized soft diet, pollution, lack of breastfeeding, mouth breathing, incorrect tongue position while resting and swallowing. An underdeveloped jaw means there's not enough space for teeth and tongue. Simply put, you have a big car in a small garage. That was what exactly I went through with my small jaw to develop as my other symptoms, because my orthodontic treatment made my jaw even smaller. The author did a lot of experiments himself, including developing jaw treatment with Dr. Theodore Belfour. I reached out to him and was privileged to train with him up to the most advanced level. Unfortunately, he passed away, so I was in the last group of dentists he trained. Through this training, I acquired a new perspective on teeth. The teeth are the most diverse organ in the human body, morphologically and functionally. As a dentist, I learn about the teeth in detail at the microscopic level. However, I did not learn how they fit into the cranial system. In other words, I was trained to create the pretty door, to consider shape and color and how to restore them when they're damaged. However, we never talk about door frame. Let me talk about the door frame, which is the skull. There are 22 bones and 12 pairs of cranial nerves. Look at the teeth and how they are embedded in upper and lower jaws. This whole cranial facial system is beautiful and brilliant if it works together harmoniously. What's inside of this system? The most important organ, the brain. When our skull has a right form, our brain will function properly. Conversely, when our skull does not have the right form, it can have a negative effect on brain function. Let me focus on the nerves around the teeth. Cranial nerve 5, called trigeminal nerve, is the largest nerve in human. Every tooth and surrounding ligament, called PDL, periodontal ligaments, are richly supplied with sensory and autonomic nerve fibers. Look at the proximity of these nerves to the brain. Many of you may have experienced the toothache as the worst pain in the world, right? One bad tooth makes whole face hurt. Most of you also can tell the texture of your favorite steak in one bite. Juicy and tender, or hard and rubbery. That's why teeth are considered a sensory organ. Your teeth has the ability to perceive immense amount of information. Every jaw movement is monitored by this sensory feedback mechanism. Now, look at the position of the teeth in the skull again. The teeth are supporting whole craniofacial system. All 32 teeth are supposed to be in the system by design. When you lose one tooth, even though you may not notice, the system loses balance. The most important function of the teeth is not chewing, talking, or smiling. The most important function of the teeth is supporting craniofacial structure, so your brain can function properly. However, most people have some degree of cranial distortion. It starts from mother's womb, birth canal, delivery, and many traumatic events in life. This leads to different ways of adaptation, including malocclusion or crooked teeth. If you have a crooked teeth, you probably have a crooked face. Your dental occlusion is the adaptive result of your cranial pattern. So before aligning the teeth, it is vital to align the skull. Before making a pretty door, we have to make a stable door frame. If not, every time you close the door, some part of the door will be banging. Let's have a bigger picture. Just as a door frame has to be aligned with the building, our skull has to be aligned with the body. In our body, it is essential to have a functional alignment of the head, shoulder, hips, and knees and toe. In the head, eyes and ears and teeth all need to be aligned. Then every movement is easy and efficient. When one part of the body is misaligned, the rest of the body must compensate for it. One common body compensation is head forward position. Dr. Roger Sperry, who won the Nobel Prize in brain research, says, better than 90% of brain's output is directly toward maintaining your body in its gravitational field. Therefore, the less energy one spends on one's posture, the more energy is available for healing, digestion, and thinking. So, crooked teeth represent crooked craniofacial structure, which means crooked body. Okay, what do we do with the crooked body, crooked face, and crooked teeth, and all of the above? Fortunately, there are various ways to improve them. We need a collaborative approach to treat the whole system. That's why I work with chiropractor, nutritionist, myofunctional therapist, sleep physician, and even more. As a dentist, we can reverse engineer the function of the teeth to develop the face in a symmetrical way and grow underdeveloped jaw without surgery. Yes, we can grow bones at any age if we provide the correct guidance. If you have all 32 teeth in harmony, congratulations, you are a superhuman. I've seen several thousand patients in my career. I rarely see those. Now, when you look at your teeth in the mirror, appreciate them. Take care of them even more. The most important function of the teeth is not chewing, talking, or smiling. The most important function of the teeth is to develop and support craniofacial system so your brain can function properly. I hope you have a new perspective on your teeth. I want you to keep all of your teeth in your mouth, all of them, for the rest of your life. If you have a broken, chipped, or cracked tooth, please restore them in the most conservative and long-lasting way possible. Even if severely damaged tooth has a way to be saved, please save it instead of removing it. Your teeth are so much more valuable than the price tag of the dental treatment. If you or your child need braces and was told to remove several teeth due to overcrowding, I hope you find a treatment to develop your jaw so you can preserve your teeth. Consider dental visit as a whole body treatment. If you have an airway or sleep concern, I hope you find a dentist who can construct your airways and improve your sleep. If you have some disease, doesn't seem to have a solution except take medications, I hope you consider a dentist visit to find a natural solution. Your teeth are the gateway to your overall well-being. It is literally right under your nose. Early modern Spanish writer Miguel de Cervantes said, "Every tooth in man's head is more valuable than a diamond."
You know, I mentioned when I was introducing Dr. Jiyoung that I don't like going to the dentist. Now I think I really need to go to the dentist. Oh my gosh. So much that you can learn from something so simple as your teeth about just how it impacts your entire body.
Yes.
I want to ask you, what made you want to get into becoming a dentist?
It's a long story. I was a teacher before in Korea, and here, when my little one went to the first grade, actually that's my husband John recommended being a dentist, not knowing how to get in there, because we want to have some kind of mission trip. Then dentists can be a really useful tool to reach out to people. That's how we started.
And then one last question for you. You hear it all the time from dentists, brush twice a day at least, and you got to floss every day.
Yeah.
What is another tip that maybe people overlook that they should be doing every day to take care of their teeth properly?
Well,
If you had to narrow it down to one.
so I think my talk is related to that. Just appreciate them. Don't give up. Because what I'm seeing, some patients, they already have in mind that, oh, I have a bad teeth. I'm going to lose all of them, just like my father and my grandmother. And it's okay. I think that's part of our kind of norm, but it's not. Just I want everyone to consider their teeth as really valuable than the diamond and keep it as long as they can.
All right, well, you heard it. When you go home, brush your teeth, take care of your pearly whites, and once again, please give Dr. Jung a wonderful round of applause.
Boy, for this section, we've really had sort of a, maybe I would call it a charcuterie board of topics. Something for everybody, really. And we're going to finish it off, of course, with some AI, right? There tends to be sort of a negative connotation surrounding the topic because there's lots of unknown about its ability and how it can change the world as we know it, right? This next speaker wants to discuss how it can actually enhance our lives, specifically in the legal system. Very interesting. Please welcome Brandon Long with his speech, Dehumanizing Beneficence, AI Implementation in the Legal System. Round of applause, please.
Yeah, thanks for the intro. So today I want to talk about AI. Of course, AI is shaping the world in many ways, some of which are good, some of which are bad. In some ways,
I don't think your mic is on. I'm so sorry. I don't want to interrupt. I just want people to hear your speech.
Is this better? How about that? Good? Perfect. Yeah, so AI. In some ways, it's shaping the world bad, in bad ways. In some, it's shaping the world in good ways. Specifically, it's kind of shaping the world away from a kind of human-centered care to a more dehumanized setting. So dehumanization is when you remove a human element from some kind of service. And we have a gut reaction to this kind of thing. It's typically bad. Not many people have positive reactions to that. So especially in services where we need them in our most desperate hours, say in times of lengthy hospital stays or in legal battles involving abuse. So the position my co-author and friend Amit Palmer take is that some of these dehumanizing instances are not actually bad, they're actually good. So we argue that in some of these cases, human care is actually what is depreciating the service. Let me start with the premise, since I'm a philosopher. So AI is being used more and more, and it's just getting better and better. And AI can train other AI, so the time horizons on this is just very rapid and ever advancing. So we see the initial gut reaction again to react to this with in trepidation. And we see people getting laid off in service industries such as like the video game industry. And we see that AI is being used to generate content that would be normally generated by humans. We usually think that's bad. In that case, it certainly seems bad. I don't want people to lose their jobs. So it's kind of hard to see what the upshot is here and what the positive benefit of AI is. So the silver lining, I believe, is that it's less shameful to interact with AI. So this might not be initially something that's positive, like how can this be positive? But the shame can, in certain circumstances, inhibit service seeking. Specifically, I'll be talking about the legal context. So let me give you an example just to get the ball rolling. The initial paper that kind of launched this was in 2022 in the Journal of Bioethics. Ami Palmer and David Schwann there argued a similar line. They argued that in certain kinds of hospital settings, AI care or robot care could be seen as a dehumanizing way to be beneficent. I'll give you an example. The example they used was in cases of patient care cleaning. So when patients are disabled, they can often not use the facilities, so they frequently soil themselves. And when they go to request the cleaning service, it's a context that is obviously something that's kind of shameful to admit. It's not blameworthy, obviously, but it's shameful. And they argued there that it would be beneficent to actually replace that service with some kind of robot or AI for the people who want it. So that would seem like a pretty good case for what I'm talking about. So after reading this, I was wondering about what other circumstances AI could be used to implement and achieve this kind of outcome. So intuitively, I just first started thinking about the legal realm and cases where this could be applied. So before we get there, what is shame even? So in the article that me wrote, you can see that shame is kind of a function of cultural norms. Groups can use shame to reinforce norms by stigmatizing certain members. And they can stigmatize it in a couple of ways. They can stigmatize people as being associated with a particular group, and that can cause shame, or they can stigmatize based upon particular kinds of traits or features of the person. This is how kind of the cultural norms can kind of influence our shameful perceptions of the world. So they all kind of interact, and it can all kind of disincentivize and incentivize certain kinds of behaviors that we do on a daily basis. So it makes sense that robots and AI are not something that can kind of induce shame in us. It's just intuitive. It's a social emotion. It's something that requires a human to be able to experience some kind of care towards the person. So this is why it actually doesn't cause shame in people when they interact with robots. So back to the legal realm, where can we apply this kind of concept? You might be initially thinking like, the law requires like a sense of justice, and this is intimately related to like a human kind of care, and shame plays a pretty powerful role there, arguably. And you're in good company. Justice Roberts, in his year-end brief, expressed kind of similar remarks, but he didn't totally discredit the usability of AI to kind of bridge, especially inequalities. So he's not all totally skeptical about how AI is going to change the legal realm. I believe this needs to be taken in a kind of case-by-case basis, and replacements need to follow in a kind of stepwise fashion. So, and again, critics usually see this kind of dehumanization as a detraction from the service, but as you just highlighted, it seems to be, in at least a couple cases, a good kind of improvement to the service. And just as a caveat, we're kind of focusing on the defense here, so people who are litigating against, or the plaintiffs, the people who are litigating against the defense. We think it can work in those kinds of cases too, but we're mostly just going to be talking about the plaintiffs here. So, the most obvious way to actually use AI to kind of bridge inequalities and break down barriers to the legal system is cost. It's going to be crazily cheap to actually use AI instead of actually paying lawyer fees, if you have ever paid lawyer fees. And there's tons of papers on this, but we found that there's a lot less on how shame inhibits service seeking in the legal realm. But we kind of found a couple examples that were pretty promising. So I'll give you three. The first case is in cases of victims of sexual assault. So victims in these cases, they fear both outing themselves as a victim and they fear outing others as their abusers because they're typically intimately related with the abusers. So one study showed that individuals who perceive any kind of stigma or guilt and who are victims of intimate partner violence are way less likely to seek institutional support. And when they do disclose, they use language that's very roundabout, indirect, and not very straightforward, and which actually inhibits them actually getting to the legal advice that they need. In another study, it was shown that people arriving in the shelter in 2004, only about a third of them actually had restraining orders against the people who were abusing them. So there's clearly a gap between the kinds of services that people likely want and the kinds of legal services that they have access to. The second case is in developing countries, inheritance norms are very strange. I believe in India, it's the norm to the sisters who are getting the inheritance from their parents are supposed to cede the inheritance to their brothers, their male offspring, and this is clearly a problem. And in those cases, the good sister thing to do is to cede the inheritance over, but they can't even seek legal ramification because that can be seen as something that is just beyond the pale and it's something that a good sister wouldn't do. So clearly that's a case where shame prevents them from seeking their legal rights. Lastly, people are subject to scam in the US ever more frequently. And you're probably thinking like, just get grandpa off TikTok and the problem's just going to be over overnight. It's not really the case. It does skew towards the elderly, but scams are getting really more complex, and you probably would be the victim of a scam if you received a call like this one woman did, and she received a phone call, and it was an AI-generated voice, but it was a very good AI-generated voice, and the voice mimicked her mother. And her mother was saying that she had been kidnapped, and she was an in-home nurse, so this sounded actually kind of plausible to the daughter. And they even mimicked the way the phone sounds when it gets further away from a person's face. And then the fictitious captors were saying how they were going to harm the mother if they didn't, fork over the cash for the ransom. Unless you have mother issues, I don't think anyone in this room would probably doubt that. They would probably either send over the money or call their mom immediately. This is all to say that disclosing to others that you're a victim of a scam or any other kind of shameful information about abuse it's a shameful experience. And this causes barriers to form around actually accessing the legal system. In 2022, we see that scams cost about $9 billion, and a 2022 survey showed that, conducted by AARP, that only about 15% of people who were the victims of the scam actually reported it to the authorities. Another study showed that 30% would be very embarrassed to report that they'd been a victim of scams, even to authorities, not even just to like family and friends. This kind of brings us around to how the AI can help mitigate the shame in this context. Notice in every circumstance, shame prevents legal aid seeking from directly or indirectly, discreetly or indiscreetly, reporting one's victimhood and besides all the specific forms of shame espoused above, the legal system adds shame on top of shame. It prevents you from controlling the litigation. It prevents you from controlling your image. It prevents you from controlling whether or not the information becomes in the public domain, depending on where you live. So it's a huge burden and cost in terms of shame to actually approach the legal system. So how are you supposed to even know how big of a cost you might be paying if you don't know what your legal rights are? The answer is AI. The kinds of features that this kind of system would need would be twofold. So in the information gathering stage, which is kind of like before you talk to the lawyer, is where we're kind of proposing the AI to be deployed. So before you talk to a lawyer, this is to be distinguished between talking to an actual lawyer, which is kind of the formal process. So in the information gathering stage, you're kind of assessing what your odds are of winning the case, assessing what's going to happen, how it's going to proceed, and what kind of laws are going to be invoked. So that's where you kind of make the cost-benefit decision of whether or not you're going to talk to a lawyer. And once you talk to a lawyer, this is where the formal engagement process begins, where you actually get the ball rolling on the litigation, and the paperwork goes to the courts, and you are paying huge legal fees. So people with either limited economic barriers or fear of being shamed, they can't frivolously engage with the legal system. It's just not feasible. There's too much barriers, there's too high costs. So you have to know exactly how much you're going to pay and how much you're going to get. It's a pretty basic thing you need to actually make a decision. We have in mind an AI that could provide the kinds of assessment of legal rights involved in the claim that you're making, and be kind of a crude assessment of your percent chance likelihood of actually succeeding. This could be just collected from all of the case data. And then lastly, kind of lay and interactive kind of component that would explain these kinds of features and what laws apply and what kind of cases have been treated similarly. So really, all the information that you want to know about whether or not you're going to pursue a claim, and it can tell you something like your claim is it's unlikely to actually succeed, it's likely to succeed, it's poor, some kind of explanation that you're going to understand. So these are the kinds of questions and clarifications you need, and that you actually need to actually make some kind of decision to actually speak to a lawyer. Citizens experiencing shame, they might be hesitant to approach that lawyer for the reasons I've just mentioned. And these kind of proposed capabilities for the AI align with the information that they actually need. It's the only way to actually make the informed decision. And under this kind of model that we're making, citizens otherwise who might otherwise have pursued just a legal system can now actually enter into litigation if they so choose. Again, knowing that your odds of winning a legal case and then walking away is not exactly a bad outcome, in our opinion. So at this point, we kind of have to make a kind of reality check and ask ourselves if this is something that's near in the future. Everybody right now can already take out your phone and get legal advice, pretty general legal advice that's not probably perfect, but AI is doing a lot of actual legal work. For instance, Harvey AI, it's doing a lot of legal work in a London-based firm where they have about 3,500 lawyers, and they ask it like 40,000 questions a day. So that's a pretty good database of kind of the legal notions in London and the UK that they can build on. And JusticeBot has been developed for use in Quebec for housing law, so it's specifically tailored to housing law in Quebec, and that's a totally free tool to use. And it gives a certain kind of assessment that I've been proposing it would be good for a more general use. So I have to kind of mention bias. It's an obvious kind of question that looms, and we might be able to kind of rejoice that the legal system is absolutely terrible at collecting any kind of data whatsoever. So a lot of the biases of the past won't creep in, but whatever data we feed the AI, it's going to create an output that's equally biased. If the data we give it leads to racist outcomes or racist advice, it is going to be racist. So that's a clear, obvious problem. And one problem that might emerge is that depending on someone's protected status, they might get different kinds of legal advice. Now, this might be a matter of settled opinion in the legal realm, but ethically, it doesn't seem exactly so settled. So if a judge is racist against your friend and you know your friend is going to court, you might be remiss not to mention that they might want to consider the plea deal before they do so because they might not actually win. So there's kind of two considerations here. The one of like wanting to give a fair kind of equal advice to everyone, and then a kind of concern of giving all the relevant information that could hinge on the case. So I'd just like to wrap up. I'd kind of recapitulate my main thesis. So not all kinds of dehumanization are bad. AI legal advisor application within the law demonstrates this in a couple areas, the areas I've given. These are characterized by instances where human care induces shame and prevents legal aid seeking, and deploying AI advisors to inform those experiencing shame before they proceed to formal litigation seems like a beneficent form of dehumanization. Thanks.
All right, way to round out our section. How you feeling?
Great, yeah.
Would you do this again?
Yes, absolutely. Everyone, thanks everyone for collaborating, and all the people organizing were great, yeah.
Awesome. Thank you so much. Everybody give him a round of applause, please. You did a great job. Closed out our section for us. Thank you, thank you. And thank you to all of you who stood through, or sat through, I should say. Hopefully you were sitting. We've got a few chairs in here to do that. Thanks for listening to us today. We had a great round of speakers. That's going to do it for our section today, but we will be back here in just under a half hour or so for our fifth and final section of the day. Please use the networking hub. Pretty much just go over to the second floor main area over there. That's going to sum up everything I need to say quickly.
Yeah, and I know a lot of our amenities might be close getting wrapped up, but maybe you can squeeze out one more opportunity to say hi, grab a picture or whatnot. But organizers do ask that the audience step out of the room for the next few minutes. That way we can get ready for our fifth and final session. And from there, we'll have one more set of fantastic speakers.
Thank you, everybody. All right, all right. Welcome, everybody, to our fifth and final session of the day. How's everybody feeling? We are so happy to see all of you here. This has been a great turnout. Steve, let's talk about amenities.
Yeah, let's talk about it. So if you didn't get a chance to see him today, my goodness, did the Marvin Center set up just a wonderful day of activities, not just in here, but also all around this building, really all around campus. If you didn't see it, there was a 12-foot stilt walker walking around out there. I mean, I was not expecting that when I went to lunch today.
Yeah.
There were a bunch of artists. We had a life design our community hub, presented by Life Design on the second floor, networking lounge where you can interact with the speakers after each session, and that'll still be going on after this one as well. So lots of great amenities today, and I have to give a round of applause to all of the people who set up today's event. I mean, they have really put in a lot of work for this, and they made it such a fantastic day for all of our speakers.
Absolutely, it's gone so smoothly. So how about a round of applause for everybody that put this on today, please? So, but now we have to get to our fifth and final session. I can't believe we're already on our last one. It's been going just like that, but here we are. And we're in the Share Your Story section today. But before we even get to that, I want to make sure that we understand a couple of things. Number one, we understand that emergencies can happen, but if you do have the ability to wait until each speaker is done to leave the room, if you have to use the restroom, something we would greatly appreciate that. The speakers have put a lot of work in, so we don't want to disrupt them potentially and get them off their normal routine. But other than that, we just want you to sit back, enjoy what we have to offer today. It should be a fantastic session. Absolutely. So jumping right in here, sharing your story is the topic of discussion for this fifth section. That phrase is what brings us to this session today and sort of culminates all the ideas we've discussed. Events like TEDx give individuals the platform to share their experiences and inspire others to do the same. So, without further ado, to kick things off, we're turning things over to Brianna Moore, the adversities between Korean teachers, parents, and students and their dynamics, sharing a personal experience with this one today. Give her a nice hoot and holler, round of applause.
Since we have entered the new millennium, there has been a growing interest in South Korea worldwide. This has been through an increased exposure to facets of Korean popular culture, such as K-pop, Korean beauty, and Korean TV shows globally. However, while our global understanding of Korean popular culture has grown, there has also been an increase of the public's exposure to some adversities that South Korean citizens have faced. And right now, bullying is a hot topic. The severity of bullying amongst Korean youth in South Korean schools has been brought to light over the past decade. However, currently, several cases of South Korean teachers suffering from bullying and unfair treatment has become one of the most worrisome issues. This is something that I was surprised by and I witnessed when I had the chance to study abroad in Seoul, South Korea nearly 2 years ago. Near the end of my time in South Korea, my Korean language professor told us that the Korean language department wanted to go on strike due to long work hours and unfair pay. Because of this, we almost did not have to take a final exam for this class. This was one of my first interactions with the challenges that South Korean teachers face, and I was not aware of the severity of the issue until last July when I read this article. Teacher A, whose identity is anonymous in order to protect their privacy, died by suicide within her classroom on July 18th of last year. Teacher A's loved ones attribute her death to the fact that she was dealing with intense pressure and continuous calls from parents after a bullying incident occurred in her classroom between two peers that left a child injured. While this is something that shocked the world to hear, this has been something that Koreans have seen happen for the past several years. And unfortunately, this anonymous teacher is not the only one who died by suicide in 2023. There has been a reported 14 teachers who died by suicide last year in Korea, and there has been a total of 144 teachers within the past decade who has died by suicide. Additionally, according to data from the People Power Party and the National Assembly's Education Committee, about 600 teachers with an experience of less than 5 years has left the workforce as of April 2023, which is nearly a twofold increase from the over 300 who left in 2021. These teachers all cited reports of child abuse claims and complaints made by parents being the top reasons as to why they left the profession. Parents have been using the Korean Child Welfare Act to justify unreasonable requests that they have been asking of their child's teachers. The Child Welfare Act was updated in 2014 to include no child should be discriminated against based on their socioeconomic, religious, physical, and ethnic aspects in order to decrease the accounts of teachers physically abusing students within the classroom. However, currently, parents will use this part of the act in attempts to wrongly convict teachers for either reprimanding students who are initially combative in class, either by throwing items at their peers and partaking in other bullying activities, or for denying their requests to provide extracurricular educational programs for just their child. It's important to note that Korean parents are not only making these claims because they are dissatisfied with how the teacher is teaching the entire class, but because the teacher, in their eyes, is not doing enough to support the individual growth of their child academically. Overall, such incidents has ignited a social uproar in South Korea beginning in the summer 2023 session, with rallies being organized by the Korean Teachers Union. The first one held 5,000 people, while the next one amassed over 30,000 participants, and a rally held in September of last year gained over 300,000 people. These rallies have been organized in order to advocate for better treatment of teachers from parents and students within the classroom. After hearing all that I told you, you may be wondering, why is this happening? Why are Korean teachers so overwhelmed, and why are they being reported for false claims of child abuse? Well, from my extensive research, there are multiple factors to consider. Historically in South Korea, there has been a social pressure for students to strive for academic success. In this homogeneous country, academic success or lack thereof is one of the clearest ways that people can be separated from each other. The problem with this is that there are only so many people who can be the best, so what happens to those who surely aren't? In Korea, the reprimand of not being the very best academically is not only do you risk the likelihood of not getting into the nation's top 3 schools, but after that, the wage gap between those who go to the top schools and land a job with a good company after graduation is almost 50% higher than those who do not attend the top universities nor work with a top company. So essentially, not excelling academically can set you up for a life that is not as luxurious as your peers. And what is it that both parents and children want for their child or for themselves? It's to be successful and to have a fruitful life and career. Because parents want to provide that for their child, just like any other parent, Korean parents try their best to instill academic well-being into their child, and their child tries their best to replicate that. However, some parents and students take it too far and use the crippling social pressure to do academically well to abuse their power in Korean teachers. This can be seen by a study done by the Korean Teachers and Education Federation in September of last year that received nearly 12,000 responses in just one day. The survey results show that 8,344 teachers experienced a violation of their rights by parents, while the remaining correspondents experienced their rights being violated via their interactions with students. 57.8% of those that reported their rights were violated by parents claimed that their parents were falsely creating reports of child abuse or sending them malicious threats and complaints. Therefore, these statistics show that being falsely reported for child abuse is something that, unfortunately, is very common. In addition to this, according to data compiled from the Regional Offices of Education, more than 1,200 legal accusations of child abuse were filed against Korean teachers in the past 5 years. And in a survey conducted by the Korean Teachers and Education Workers Union in 2022, 93% of teachers said they fear they may be accused of child abuse. This lines up with why teachers have felt the urge to quit their jobs or worse. For teachers, being reported to their supervisor or to the police is extremely embarrassing and disheartening, and it makes it hard for them to focus on their job.
A lot of teachers who have been reported to either their director or falsely accused of child abuse find it extremely hard to return to their classrooms the next day. Because this report, they fear that they may be written up for any and all of their actions. This is because the child abuse claims are not only baseless, but are for things that do not necessarily involve the child's education. For example, elementary school teacher Sol Wonbin heard from the police that one of his students' parents reported him for child abuse. The parents listed 5 incidents as the basis of their claim, one of which was that Sol did not help their daughter connect to the school Wi-Fi. Sol denied this along with other claimed incidents and was soon acquitted due to lack of proof, but the damage had already been done. This experience left him fearful of teaching in the classroom, and as a result, Sol has been taking anti-anxiety medication since the incident occurred. Sol is not the only teacher who experiences heightened anxiety from dealing with the severity of parent complaints and what it means to be a teacher in a current Korean society. Many teachers experience other mental health issues in relation to their job. A survey from the Korean Teachers Union from August 2023 shows us that 63.2% of teachers have symptoms of depression, and 16% said they at least have considered suicide. These statistics show us that the adversities that South Korean teachers either directly or anticipate to face are taking a serious mental toll on the majority of the leaders in South Korea's education system. Now, where does this leave us? As South Korea and the US have had a long-standing allyship for over 70 years, I believe that it's important for the US to be educated on social struggles that are happening right now in Korea. This is because our interests in other countries can provide changes to them, and it's been proven time and time again, with the acceptance of Korean popular culture worldwide, and also with how the Korean education system adapted to the changes that globalization brought worldwide within the 80s and 90s. Exploring the adversities that Korean teachers face in a modern Korean education system can bring more awareness to these issues and to help support the fight for better treatment towards teachers in and out of the classroom. And this will allow the education system to grow once more. Today, I only addressed a few stories in detail and only mentioned a few anecdotes of the issue. But the truth is, the majority of teachers right now in Korea are dealing with the aftermath of witnessing or being antagonized by parents and sometimes students. These issues also impact the foreigner community, like myself, who have dreamed to teach or to live and even travel in Korea these days. The ongoing teacher issues and the abuse and feeling of lack of support is something that foreigner teachers at private school institutions in Korea have begun to experience within the past few years as well. Throughout my time in Korea, I talked to many foreigner teachers who have dreamed to teach, to live, and to travel in Korea, and they often leave after a short amount of time abroad. This is because the reality of living in South Korea is so different from what you expect and what you see from the media. From a popular culture perspective, South Korea is viewed as a place that's fun to travel to, as a land of new age digital and pop culture opportunities, and Seoul, the capital of the country, is seen to be foreigner-friendly, accepting, and as a happy place where people love to live. And while facets of these perceptions are true, the reality is that Korean citizens and foreigners who are living in South Korea are struggling right now, and that's a harsh truth to accept when you're living in it. This is something that I had to quickly learn to accept in my 5 months of living in Korea. One of the most heartbreaking things that I witnessed while living in Seoul is how exhausted people are with navigating their day-to-day lives. Seeing and witnessing this has always made me feel like the stories and the truth of living in South Korea needs to be shared, and that the stories, such as the current teacher adversities, need to be brought to the global forefront. Thus, instead of just facing this brute reality, I have pledged to share the truth about South Korea. And this is something that all who are fascinated by the country in any facet should continue to do in order to help South Korea become a place that can continue to be worthy to travel to and to live in for everyone. Therefore, if you find it in your heart to support this cause, please do your best to support the affected teachers by sharing their stories or even this talk, because, as we discussed today, our global voice matters, our global impact matters, and it has always reached far and wide. Thank you.
So as I was coming on right now, Kendra just said she crushed it.
Yay!
She killed it. Who do you have with you here today?
Ooh, I have friends, family, I have advisors, my whole support system that has been supporting me these past 4 years at BG.
Now, are you somebody that when they are watching people you know, you get more nervous, or you get more nervous in a crowd that you don't know anybody in?
I think I get more nervous in a crowd where I don't know anybody in. It's really easy to see everyone who came out and I can smile, but this time, since it's such a serious and dear issue to my heart, I had to try to maintain a calm and collected face. So I would say 50-50 maybe.
And you did a great job. A question for you here. Next steps for you. How do you want to continue to spread this message?
So one of my ways I'm doing that is right now I am writing my honors project about the same issue. So I touch on all the things I discussed today in a lengthy part. So I'm trying to share it like that, and it'll also be published at the end of this semester. So.
Well, we are rooting for you, girlfriend. Another round of applause, please. She killed it.
Oh, thank you.
In the words of Kendra, she crushed it.
All right, so we're going to transition now to our next speaker. And Claire and I, we both work in television, and I think it's fair to say that in our worlds, and really all of ours, we sort through a mountain of ideas and perspectives that create this sort of melting pot of dialogue and culture that we all put ourselves in today. We may not always agree, and sometimes we do agree with certain perspectives. That does not mean that it is unfathomable to understand such ideas, okay? And so our next speaker is going to elaborate on this concept. So please join me in welcoming Caleb Danielic to the stage with his speech, The Roles We Play. Please welcome Caleb.
In today's world, misinformation is not only a common occurrence, but an expected one. Turning on any major news network greets you with the clearly biased information of whatever host you prefer, likely painting your opinions and the opinions of the host as the correct opinion in the situation at hand. It's not even uncommon for our elected representatives to do the exact same thing. They will likely paint their political adversaries as radical or dangerous to make themselves seem like the voice of reason in an unreasonable world. Yet, is the world actually so unreasonable? The truth is, I have no idea. Honestly, I've lived a very simple and short life in comparison to those around me. I often look to my peers for guidance and find myself constantly shaping and reshaping the opinions I call original. I also tend to look at unlikely media sources like video games, television, and movies. Now, before you completely tune me out, hear this. I know you do this too. Whether you know it or not, the entertainment you consume is by and large an influence on how you go about your day-to-day life. Think about the jokes you make, the way you carry yourself, maybe even what your interests are right now. Have they been influenced by a character from media? Did they originate as a source that you later looked into? Likely yes. And this is not only expected, but it's also completely normal. These media sources have stories to tell, and they tell them in such a way that we can digest difficult topics like war, inequality, or some other hardship without thinking about it in the same way that we would in the real world. These stories and entertainment sources often take on messages that allow for a new perspective, mostly due to the fact you may have never considered them due to how difficult and draining they are to think about, or because you are so entrenched in your own personal beliefs. I mean, take me, for example. My opinions and beliefs have changed dramatically thanks to critically examining these entertainment sources. One of these sources that shaped me early in my life was called Fallout New Vegas. Now, the context of this game doesn't really matter, so just know that this is a type of game where you can place yourself alongside the fictional characters and pretend like you are part of the story. This genre being called role-playing, seeing as you play the role of the main character. Now, the two biggest themes in this game are greed and game rigging. Now, greed drives the events of the game. Everyone wants what they don't have, be it money, land, food, so long as the other doesn't get any and none of those resources fall into the hands of the enemy, even when that enemy wants to provide for the common individual. On the one hand, you can gather those resources and create a long-lasting society of peace and tranquility, but attempting to do so will be met with pushback from those who seek to exploit or harm by using the system. On the other hand, you can take those resources and hoard them for yourself, but you risk becoming a tyrant. In addition to the theme of greed, there's the theme of game rigging. Now, game rigging asks the fundamental question, who is really in control? Is it really your game to play? Can you even make a difference? That question, even after I've completed the game in multiple times, is never answered the exact same. While you can eliminate some people who would attempt to manipulate the system, you'll never be rid of those who want to exploit and harm for their own sadistic gain. So what do you do? Now, you may be asking me, if the game is unwinnable, and no matter what you do, the outcome is the same, why try? Why play? My answer, to do better. But what does better even mean? To some, it means a world of personal fulfillment and comfortable lives and serene isolation. To others, it's a world united under a common purpose to lift one another up. In Fallout New Vegas and in wider life, the idea of a better world is a contentious issue. First, let's look to those who would build a world through democratic ideals and through capitalism. If you side with these individuals during your playthrough, you'll get a world full of individualism, self-respect, and equality for all. But you can also expect rampant political corruption from the wealthy, the inability for yourself to gather personal wealth, and a lack of security and stability due to the inability for the state to rapidly mobilize against threats both internal and external. Does that sound like any real-world nation we have today? Now, idealism is good. A world based on rising through the political system by your own skills, the ability to have a better life for the next generation, and the ability to find self-fulfillment in all leisurely pursuits sounds wonderful. But sacrifices are going to be necessary for this. And this is where the authoritarian side comes in during your playthrough of Fallout New Vegas. They enter a tempting alternative. Stability through force. Political power if you have the strength to take it. And wealth beyond your imagination if only you give up your personal autonomy to the will of the Caesar. Now, as Americans, it is our instinct to shun and completely ignore the ideas of authoritarianism. Yet this is a dangerous thing for us to do. Clearly, individuals throughout history, and even into our modern day, have a reason for believing in these ideals. Security for freedom, the ability to gain power by taking it from those who would be unworthy, and the ability to find self-fulfillment if you remove your autonomy. Maybe what you want is to overcome something deep inside that drives us all. Fear. Fear of the unknown, fear of failure, and fear of being forgotten. Humans will do outright and dangerous, deplorable acts to overcome this. And all of this fear is promised to be removed if you give in to these extreme ideals, and you give in entirely to them, paying their prices. However, these prices are far too steep, and the implications are far too dangerous for those around you to fully entertain these ideas. This example holds a lot of weight in the real world and should be critically examined. What prices are we willing to pay for what we want? See, the hidden price with authoritarians is they always have a fine print. While you think you're paying in your strength and autonomy, you truly pay in the suffering of others. And in the end, you are conned into never being able to reach your full success due to the fact that you've invested into the success of the system. Now, this isn't to say that the democratic and egalitarian systems are going to be perfect either. Their price comes at the cost of those who are excluded from the foundations of their systems. In other words, if the game was rigged from the start, who is it rigged against? Taking these ideals into the real world, outside of the game, it is our responsibility as independent individuals to not only remain educated and informed, but to aid others in rising to that level as well. In the real world, ignorance is no longer a luxury we can afford. We cannot permit those who seek to rewrite the rules of the game we call life against those who gave them the power, the privilege to do so. To question, to critique, to demand a better life, that is not only your right, it is your duty as a sovereign individual. I learned this lesson from a video game because the real world game makers don't want you to know that their game is becoming rigged. Because the truth is, the game was rigged from the start. Thank you.
All right, Caleb. There we go. You know, Caleb, we think of art a lot of times. We think of it through music. We think of it through just general art, writing, books, literature. We sometimes forget about video games in itself. Why was video games such an inspiration for you at the beginning to kind of get to this moment today where you're giving a whole TED Talk about it?
Well, I play them a lot. And other than that, I mean, it was the thing that I did growing up. It was the first source of entertainment that I got that allowed me to see things from a different perspective. Music's great, but the music I listened to generally followed the mentality that I already had. I mean, you look at Rage Against the Machine, and I was a young teenager raging against the machine. But you then start playing a game, and it forces you to learn about the alternative side.
Were you nervous coming into today?
Yeah, terrified.
Yeah. Well, hey, we get it, but you know what? I don't think anybody thought you were terrified. Did anybody think he was terrified today? He handled himself well, composure, and you should be very proud of yourself. One more round of applause, please. Caleb, job well done.
All right, everybody. Moving right along here. This next speaker truly knows what it means and embodies sharing your story. So please join me in welcoming Quan Lee to the stage with her speech, How to Belong When You're the Odd One Out. Round of applause, please.
I just wish Sorry, technical issue. I just wish I didn't have such a foreign name and such a noticeable accent. That was what my 17-year-old self repeatedly thought after introducing myself in front of my very first college chemistry class in the US. I remember sitting anxiously in this giant 200-people lecture hall, waiting for my turn to share my name and hometown. Every time my classmates spoke, the room filled with friendly exchanges, conversations, and laughter. It almost felt physically warmer as everyone got to know a little bit more about each other. Finally, it was my turn, and confidently and with the biggest smile, I spoke. Hi, my name is Quan, and I'm from Vietnam. And the room went completely silent. More than 100 pairs of eyes just stared at me. Some are intrigued, some are curious. But no one could respond or say anything relatable to that. So eventually, I just sat down, awkwardly. I was so embarrassed because I felt like the moment my name was uttered, there has been this invisible wall pulled up between me and the rest of the class. It was such a shame too, because growing up, I've always been proud of how unique my name is and the fact that my father's name is in my middle name. But I couldn't help to feel so self-conscious in that moment because I was just a 17-year-old student who was very desperate to fit in. During my first 2 years in college, I did all sorts of things to be the part. I lied to my roommate that I was very invested in the Super Bowl. I was in fact thought that was a bowling tournament for the longest time. Every time someone sneezed, I would rush to be the first person saying, "Bless you," because that's just so American. And I even used slangs I didn't understand in every conversation I could to sound cool, because everyone around me seemed cool and belonged, and I did not. Honestly, I felt like a chameleon who kept changing myself to fit in, But ironically, the more I did that, the more I felt like the odd one out. On a fateful evening in March 2022, I mustered the courage to apply to be an international student ambassador. During my time in this position, I noticed something special. And that is international students, especially new students, usually bond together strongly, like a big family. And if you think about it, it's kind of strange, because you cannot have a more diverse, a more different friend group than that. Everyone comes from all corners of the world, speak different languages, grew up from different cultural backgrounds, yet their connection formed so easily and almost instantly. Perhaps it's the similar experience of being so far away from home for the first time, the shared sentiment of missing their home food and their family back home, the excitement of exploring this new place that pulled them together. I believe it's the fact that these students, they cherish the similarities, what they have in common, and they put aside the differences between them, and that was the magic. In the same year, I was also trusted to be president of the Vietnam Student Association on campus. Our group at the time was brand new, and all of our members were young and passionate. We wanted to host multiple cultural celebrations, events, and we just wanted to show up every chance we could. But honestly, deep down, I was very nervous and skeptical at first. For so long, I have been trying to hide that part of me, and I have convinced myself that whatever stories that we have, won't be interesting enough for anyone to care. However, the tremendous support from our community members proved me wrong. There were so many people showed up, walked up to us, and shared a connection with the Vietnam culture, what they understand, and even when they don't, they're always eager to learn more. You can almost sense that in their eyes. They're even part of our cultures that are so ingrained in our daily lives, like how we express ourselves, our family dynamic, that are so ingrained in our daily lives that almost go unnoticed. Yet, people were able to resonate with them in the most unexpected ways. And the more people we were able to connect to and resonate with like that, the more meaningful what we are representing felt like. And before I knew it, introducing my foreign name and sharing my foreign stories no longer felt awkward, but became so powerful, so endearing, and so prideful. That was how, for the first time since I stepped foot in the US, I felt truly belonged. It was totally different from what I've imagined. My 17-year-old self have always thought that I have to behave and think exactly the same as everyone to belong. But the very differences, the very uniqueness that I thought were holding me back turned out to be my most powerful attribute and the very key to true belonging. From my journey, I learned that for every one of us, embracing our identities, heritage, uniqueness, cultural background is the best strategy to stand out and to move forward. Because that is when the people who truly share the same values with you and who truly care will gravitate your way. I admit that it will be a very challenging and intimidating journey because you have to put yourself out there and be willing to be vulnerable. But outside of our comfort zone is also where new opportunities await, and the fact that I'm having the honor to stand here and share with you this story is a testament to this. And even though my story is about the experience of an international student, I hope my message can reach beyond that and to anyone who is expanding their horizon and at some point feels like the odd one out, whether in age, in experience, in belief, in knowledge, and so on. For example, when you walked into this room today, did the professional setup, did the nicely dressed audience and MCs and staff members and the confident speakers make you feel perhaps a little bit self-conscious? Did you catch yourself trying to talk more formally, stand or sit more properly and poised to seem the part? Now, I want you to turn and look around to the people behind, next to, and in front of you. And let's point out 3 things that you and them have in common. Let's do this together. First, we all are human beings. And then second, let's say we all have some sort of clothes or garments on our body, hopefully. And then third, the fact that we gather here today means that we all have the same curiosity for knowledge and a shared passion for bettering ourselves. You see how easy that was? In fact, if you think hard about it, there are more similarities between you and any person on this planet than differences. So from now on, no matter which room you may find yourself in, remind yourself that you always do belong in one way or another. And after today, I want you to remember that your uniqueness is not just your challenge, it is your strength. And we all do belong, not in spite of our differences, but because of them. Thank you.
Awesome, awesome, awesome. You are smiling from ear to ear. How do you feel?
Feeling great, Claire. This is like I've been preparing and thinking about this message for so long, so it feels like really unreal to be up here and finally deliver my speech.
Well, taking a page out of your book here, thank you for being vulnerable and thank you for sharing your story.
Yes.
My question for you is, right at the very end here, you talked about finding a sense of belongingness. How does finding a sense of belongingness contribute to the public good?
Yes, I think belonging is a very universal theme. Like when you feel like you truly belong and when you feel like you're like valued by the people, the community that you're in, you can strive to be the best version of yourself. And I think the public good will be so much better if everyone in the community feels like they belong.
Absolutely. Thank you so much.
Thank you,
Round of applause,
Thank you, everyone.
please. She did a great job.
I think my leg is shaking.
Okay, we have made it to our final speaker of the day. I cannot believe we're already at their last one. And the grand finale for you today is a speech that promises to reveal how you can accomplish your most profound capacity for leadership. Please join me in welcoming up to the stage with her speech, Leadership Unleashed, Find Your Inner Chief, is Her Royal Majesty, Zosimlina of Dagbon, Chief Ife Bell Tigpaya. Please welcome.
Greetings, esteemed guests and leaders. Today, I invite you to embark with me on a transformative journey guided by the powerful question that challenges the ordinary. What if I told you that unleashing your inner chief would transform global public good? It's not about wearing a crown, although that's not too bad. But it's not also about unbridled power. It's about something far more powerful than that. I am Her Royal Majesty Zosimlina of Dagbon, Ife Bell Tigpaya, a traditional tribal chief in northern Ghana. Woven into the tapestry of my life are the vibrant threads of my African American heritage, diverse leadership roles, and academic pursuits, all of which have revealed the vast differences and potential within when I dared to embrace my most profound capacity for leadership. You know, the strength of our leadership is not measured by our resistance to change, but our eagerness to pursue it and to flow with it. So as we delve into this exploration, I want to invite you to keep these 4 fundamental movements in mind. Pause, plan, pivot, and pursue. They will guide us through our exploration into what it means to lead from your inner chief in today's interconnected world. For me, it is the essence of my leadership that I've come to live by. And it promises to reveal the next level of leadership within you needed for this evolving world. In my role, this is not my first role as a chief. My first role as a chief was Chief Strategy Officer. In that realm, I was working on growth, innovation, as well as guiding strategic decisions within the corporate world, leveraging the company's most significant resource, which is its human capital. My approach created and centered on enhancing leadership capacity, and not just for financial achievement, but for fostering healthy company cultures. This strategic approach to leadership involved guiding high-performing teams to success with precision, demonstrating that financial prosperity and employee well-being indeed could complement each other. Standing at the edge of outstanding achievement in that role, it promised prestige, financial gain, and familiar territories and terrains known within Western leadership. Yet, it required and demanded this toggling of my values of authenticity, integrity, and care for others. Principles that are the cornerstone of cultivating collaborative communities and revolutionary change. I gotta tell you, I do love this work. So, Warren Bennett said, becoming a leader is synonymous with becoming yourself. It is just that simple, and it is also that difficult. During my early days as Zosemli Na, an elder shared a Dagbon proverb that's reshaped my approach to leadership. It says, "No one is up to 10, only angels." Meaning, chiefs must hold the people they serve in their hearts, making room for their growth journey from 0 to 9, because only 10 is accomplished by angels. This wisdom illuminated my path, underscoring the importance of leading with grace and forgiveness. It refined for me the true essence of leadership was not about titles, but it's about fostering space for each individual's talents to grow, to flourish, and the support that they need to be empowered to grow. Musing from this new vantage point of my now tribal role, I visualized this drawbridge extending from the future back to us in the present. It was an invitation for us to embrace tangible demonstrations of public good. And here's what I envisioned adorning the bridge. The future is calling. What must my inner chief say no to now in order to say yes to that future? The future where we create together that which we cannot do alone and has the power to transform. This powerful question underscored the timeless wisdom of one's inner chief, leading with heart and humanity, inspiring others through the legacy of our lived actions and the strength of being bonded together. This question resonated with me, rippling through the branches of my decision-making tree. It was then that I realized that saying yes to the conventional path of Western success meant saying no to a future overflowing with opportunities for genuine impact and transformation, one that aligned with my deepest convictions and the legacy I aspire to leave. My ascension to lead as the royal title of Zosemli Na was not charted on any maps, but it was carved by my lived experiences that shaped my very essence. Rooted in navigating the rich interconnectedness of my complex identity, cultivated through Western leadership theology and then profoundly enhanced by this timeless wisdom of African tribal philosophies. It was then further sanded by my passion for transformative change, and then polished with this unwavering commitment to the principle of we over me. These experiences, they have taught me the profound power of we. An epiphany struck me when I paused and envisioned my role, not merely as a leader for the present, but as a chief guiding people across this bridge to the future. A conduit connecting the enduring legacy of my ancestors with the communal focus of those yet unborn. This choice led me to say yes by any means necessary to an opportunity for a lifetime, igniting my inner chief and propelling my leadership from a fleeting moment into a movement, elevating my role from a title to a living testament. A pivotal moment came when I was scouted for this particular role. Thrust into this rigorous vetting process, it wasn't just my experience and knowledge under examination, but my heart's dedication to truly serving. This path led me to northern Ghana, specifically to the beautiful city of Tamale and the thriving kingdom of Dagbon, one of the oldest and largest tribes in Western Africa. It was there at the intersection of the foreign and the familiar that this significant evolution in my life's mission took place. Again, this evolution was not charted on maps, but again, pairing my lived experiences with this new ideology of tribal leadership that now refined my essence and my approach. The coronation that followed was a vivid statement to the unleashing of my inner chief, attended by world leaders, tribal royalty, community members, friends, and family alike. It underscored the universal desire for leadership that transcends borders and fosters a thriving society. This transition was more than a title change. It was a rebirth into a chief dedicated to multiplying friendships through development as a service to both local and global communities. It illuminated the power of leadership to connect people, cultures, and hearts with the communal focus of those yet to come. I have come to see myself not just as a leader for today, but as a chief charting new pathways towards a future where we collectively strive for and achieve that revolutionary change. So I'm sure at this point you're wondering, why me? It's a good question. I would ask you this question: if not you, then who? Beyond the allure of stunning regalia, the world is in dire need of leaders who can look beyond the immediate, who recognize that our collective strength and our most significant achievements arise from the dedication of the communal, that principle of we over me. By embracing your inner chief, it symbolizes the pinnacle of your leadership potential. Authentic, compassionately curious, as well as impactful and deeply rooted in the good of the whole. So how do we get there? Are you ready to unleash your inner chief? I couldn't hear you. All right, great. So let me share with you these 4 fundamental movements for your journey. The first one, pause. Step outside of the echo chamber. Initiate and engage in meaningful yet uncommon conversations. Then plan. Approach leadership with the end in mind. Where can we amplify our curiosity about what truly leadership is and what it means? And then pivot, or as we say in Dagbon, pivot. The fear of change is greater than the insanity we live in. So confront it head on. Recognize it as a chance to contribute to and learn from our collective wisdom. And finally, pursue. Be fearless in what sets your heart on fire. It is that pursuit, that unrestrained pursuit, that will lead us to the achievement of global joy, which sometimes can be found on the fringe. The future awaits our shaping. Standing here, I offer myself as your chief, a beacon of hope, guiding you on this journey and challenging you to take the first step. What change can your inner chief drive today? Start with a pause, make a plan, be ready to pivot, and pursue it fearlessly. By unleashing our inner chiefs, we adopt a revolutionary form of leadership that knows no bounds, transforming lives and crossing divides. Let's commit to unleashing our inner chiefs for ourselves, our families, our communities, and our workplaces. A heartfelt conviction that is not just an act, but a way of life, empowering each one of us to lead from the very seat we are in. I want to thank you for joining me on this remarkable journey to unleashing your inner chief.
What an absolutely powerful way. Here's some water. Yeah. What an absolute powerful way to end what has just been a fantastic day. Thank you. One more round of applause, please, for Chief Bell. Oh my gosh. So, Chief, I want to ask you, in your life, when was that moment when you realized you could tap into that inner potential to become your own inner chief? When was that moment?
Yeah, I think there have been multiple moments, but I can remember as a little girl always dressing up in capes and wrapping my hair and pretending that I was leading something. And then I can also remember always showing up and leading on the playground. And when I fast forward to another moment, I think it was when I was riding on the horse during my coronation, and I recognized that there were people riding and walking with me that I didn't know. And they had confidence in the possibilities, and they were dreaming with me, and that just set my inner chief on fire.
Wow, just an absolutely amazing story, and to have someone of such high esteem with us today, it's truly an honor to have you with us today. One more round of applause, please, for Chief Ify Bell. And with that, my friends, it has been 20 speakers, 5 sessions, a whole day of fun, a whole day of wisdom. Hopefully you got to laugh a little bit, maybe even cried a little bit, but the most important thing, I hope you were able to think a little bit today about a wide variety of topics, perspectives, and hopefully you are leaving today a more educated and, I would say, inspired individual.
Absolutely, and thank you to all of the staff. Again, this is so much work to put on. I'm a part of it, and I don't even know half the stuff that went into this today. So please, let's give a big round of applause to our staff and crew here today. Could not be possible without them. And thank you to all of you who sat and listened today, and to our wonderful speakers for bravely sharing their stories. We cannot do it without all of you. So, like we've said all day, go out and be for the public good. Thank you all so much.
Take care.